GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. My name is Emmanuel Enin and this is Sports Check. Today we are going to talk about basketball. But before I introduce my guest to you, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, I will introduce my guest who is a basketball enthusiast and doing really well for basketball in Ghana. Welcome back from the break, and this is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are going to talk with Spintex Knights owner Eric Opoku-Entry. Eric Opoku-Entry, good morning and thanks for having me on the show.
Good morning.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
I'm doing well.
Yeah. I mean, Spintex Knights, if you mention Spintex Knights, everyone in Ghana knows Spintex Knights. So how does it feel to be a basketball owner and getting the recognition in the basketball world?
I think to start with, it's very humbling.
Yeah.
Because we started from a very humble beginning.
Yeah.
playing and participating in community leagues. Then the story follows up that we win Division 2, qualify for Division 1. We participated in the BAL, and we became the first team in the history of Ghana to participate in the elite scene. We are praying and hoping that we do better moving forward. So they say the sky is the limit, but for us, beyond the sky is the limit.
Okay, that's a great ambition. And someone will ask, who is Eric Opoku-Antwi?
Oh, Eric Opoku-Antwi is a boy born from Kurungwetia. Went to Most Holy Heart in Dansoman.
Okay.
Then after went to Achimota School. So my love for sports started in Achimota School.
Okay.
I used to play hand games.
Okay.
So basketball, volleyball, handball. Then went to KNUST. Did a degree in sports and exercise science.
Okay.
I was blessed by God to have gotten a Ghana government scholarship. Upon going through all the requirements to study in Shanghai University of Sports in China. I did a master's in sports medicine.
Wow.
Then later did a PhD in sports kinesiology. That is human kinetic movement. Simply me, I'm a married man with 4 kids, who I'm trying to also make them fans of Sprintex Knights and Manchester United, not Liverpool.
Oh, you support Manchester United?
Yes, we are struggling, but we'll do well.
I thought you were into basketball only.
No, I actually started football.
Okay.
My skill set was not up there, so I was a goalkeeper.
Oh.
Yes, I was a goalkeeper. Anything with the hands, I used to do
You just
really
love
well.
using the hands.
Yes. So I remember back in my university in China, if we play inter college games, yes, I'm goalkeeper for the foreign students.
Okay.
So we've won that title since I was there.
Wow.
I was shifted to a defender in my PhD days, but I've been a very avid soccer fan.
Okay.
It was when I traveled and I was looking for work. I think I saw an advertisement one day to test the lights for an NBA player. I didn't know who was coming.
Okay.
I got in there, I tested the lights and everything, and it was Dwayne Wade.
Ooh.
Doing a photo shoot for Lenin.
Yeah.
So from there, my interest for basketball actually came up.
Okay.
I was a basketball coach teaching recreational basketball.
Okay.
Then after, I was promoted from coach to director of basketball operations.
Okay.
So the city was divided into east and west. I was tasked with creating teams on both sides. By the time I was leaving, coming to settle with my family, I had 16 teams on the east, 16 teams on the west. And we were a traveling team. We were going to tournaments in Singapore,
16 teams.
Vietnam, Thailand.
Wow.
We were just moving around from U6 all the way to U18. So we could have even A and B, A for the elite, B for the up and coming. So we had 32 teams.
Okay.
So as director of basketball operations, I was the one drawing up schedules for all of them.
Yeah.
Interacting with all the other basketball clubs in Bangkok, Singapore. So we arrange and participate in tournaments.
So would you say you've had an impact in the growth of basketball in Asia?
I would say in my small community in Shanghai, yes. Because at the point my team was for Junior NBA. Junior NBA used to organize tournaments in the whole of Shanghai.
Okay.
My team was the #1 for U13 in Shanghai.
Okay.
So that is where the love for basketball grew up.
Okay. So can you maybe recall that there was one player on your team that was able to go through the ranks and reach the senior team?
So they were not solely Chinese.
Okay.
They were not solely Chinese. They were They call them ABC, American-born Chinese, Canadian-born Chinese, and also expat kids. So I currently have one of the boys who is red shirt for North Carolina. Yeah, in the US. He's red shirt, which means he's still fighting to make his spot on the team for the Tar Heels. We have a couple who played in the Chinese national team too now. Wow. So through that, we've made some impact there. But that one is kept in a very small box.
Okay, so how do you intend to transform what you did in China or in Asia into Ghana before we talk about Spintex Nights?
I think if given the chance and the opportunity, the understanding of the game and how to impact communities with the game is there. But in our terrain, the support is not there. In Ghana, the support for basketball is not there, and they keep on calling it a lesser known sport. But I believe it should be called the least financed sport. Because I know for a fact that during last year we had our under-18s playing in Ivory Coast, and we also needed money to get our 3x3 team to participate in Madagascar. Ministry of Sports didn't finance it. The only team that was financed got Ghana silver during the All African Games. Which means we can do better.
Yeah. So is it that you write to the ministry and they don't respond, or how is it like?
I think per my understanding of Spintex Nights, we wrote to the ministry about even using Botema. We were asked to pay some money. Later on, God bless Yausechi. Yausechi came in, had some conversations with them, made them understand that this is the people who are representing Ghana at this level. And these people have been doing it all by themselves. For this while, the best you guys can do is to come in and help. And they actually were helpful in trying to get us to play at bottom and the indoor court.
So how much, if you can recall, how much did they want to charge you?
I think the fee that was mentioned was about 5,000 Ghana cedis
for
a day.
A day.
That they said that is the charge for anybody who wants to use the facility. And apparently they don't know us.
They said they don't know Spintex Nights.
Yes.
So is it that you write directly to the ministry, or you write through the Ghana Basketball Association?
So it was through Ghana Basketball Association, the Ghana Basketball Association to the past ministry.
So how come they say they don't know you?
I don't know. I don't know, because we even wrote for visa waivers. When we were going to Libya, and we were charged $150 per person for visa on arrival for 15 people, and we had to cough up that money.
I guess these are one of the the least challenges you are facing. If you are to go into details, what are the challenges? Because now it seems you are coughing up money for visa waivers. You are getting charged for using Boteman, a national.
But later they gave it to us free.
Yeah.
Yes.
If not for your Asechi.
Yeah.
Right. So what are the challenges aside from these things? What are some of the challenges?
I think one of the biggest challenge we have, even not with respect to Spintex Nights, is infrastructure. I think the very first time we played in a standard indoor court was in 2022. We went for a tournament in Ivory Coast. I've seen indoor courts because of the little exposure that I had. But for some of them, it was their first time playing, like in a well-structured indoor court with the whole stadium full with people. So infrastructure is a very big problem, because we play in outdoor, even in our leagues. And if it rains, the games are cancelled or postponed for it to be played another day. Yeah. And it is affecting us meeting up with the FIBA timetable for Africa. Okay. For us to present who qualifies for road to BAL, because right now if you qualify from your country, then road to BAL is what is next for you. Yeah. In the past it was club champions. Okay. So now the biggest problem we are facing is infrastructure. How many times we even get to train? At times even
we'll take a short detour to the Upper East region now. And our first award recipient is a former student of the appropriately named Success International Junior High School. He's currently at the Notre Dame Minor Seminary Senior High School reading General Science. Sumaila Abdullahi Anwe Katoa. Also from the Upper East region, we have a former student of the Presby Junior High. She's currently at St. Francis Girls Senior High reading General Science. Abakuri Rhoda Awelana. From the Upper East region, we go to the Upper West region. Our first award recipient is a former student of the Fongo EA Junior High School. He's currently at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School in Legon, Accra, reading General Science. Sankoro Irifan Tiehison. We are staying in the Upper West region, and another student, formerly of Fongo AA Junior High School. She's currently at the Sunyani Senior High School studying engineering science. Malik Zakia Bene. We now go to the Volta region, and our first award recipient is a former student of the Mafi Kumasi Kamboni Roman Catholic Junior High School. He's currently at the Presbyterian Senior High School, Legon, reading General Science. Ladies and gentlemen, Collins Kwabala Agbedanu. And as always, the Presec alumni are grinning from ear to ear with pleasure and satisfaction at how many of the students are in their school. We'll stay in the Volta region. Our next award recipient is a former student of the Ave Dakba DA Junior High School. He's presently at Keta Senior High School Technical School reading General Science. Benedicta Agbogli. We now make the short trip to the eastern region of Ghana. Our first award recipient is a former student of the Soda Domiabra DA Junior High School. He's currently at Accra Academy, Bleo, reading General Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Benedict Donko. After Benedict, we'll stay in the eastern region. And our next award recipient is also from Soda Domiabra DA. She's currently at St. Rose's Senior High School, reading Home Economics. Manukure Ampao Ansa. Now let's come to the Greater Accra region. Our first award recipient is a former student of the Garrison Junior High School. Yeah, it's indeed a home match, home support. He's currently at Presbyterian Boys in Legon, reading General Science. Asari Inshua Kweku Penyin. We'll stay in the Greater Accra region now. Our next award recipient is also from Garrison Junior High School. She's currently at Wesley Girls High School reading General Science. And her name is Melissa Esa Asare. From the Greater Accra region, we go back up north to the Northeast region. Our first award recipient is a former student of the Bangu Junior High School. He's currently at the Zamzi Senior High School in Bogatanga. And he's reading visual arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Baba Inusa. We'll stay in the Northeast region. Our second award recipient is also a former student of the Bangu Junior High School. She's currently at the T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School in Kumasi reading General Science. Ishak Inusa Wunzoya Ebtisan. They say the best comes from the west, so we are going to the west. And we start from the Western North region. Our first award recipient is a former student of the Paboase MA Junior High School. He's currently at the St. James Seminary Senior High School reading General Science. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Sumia Abebiu. We'll stay in the Western North. Our next award recipient is also a former student of the Paboase MA Junior High School. She's currently attending Tamale Senior High School, reading General Science. Atiga Laurentia Awempini. Now we go to the Western region. Our first award recipient is the former student of the Abra REMA Junior High School. He's currently at the Ghana Senior Technical School, GSTS, reading General Science. Elikem Daniel Kojo Ahunu. Our next recipient from the Western region is a former student of the Aguna SDA Basic School, currently at Holy Child School in Cape Coast, reading General Science. Grace Araba Kofi. And that wraps up the presentation for the students from the public schools. Another round of applause for all of them. As a former student of Alajo 1 and 2 primary school, I understand what it takes. But they have outdone themselves and they deserve our appreciation. It's now time to acknowledge another group of students who have only one word in their mind, which is ability, despite the fact that they had certain natural disadvantages. And so we are going to reward students who are differently abled but who have excelled in the basic education certificate examination. And our first recipient is from the Ashanti region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Joseph Kweku Odum from the Ashanti School for the Deaf. So you can do this. This is clapping. And then he will see that indeed you are clapping for him. Thank you very much. He's currently at the Aguna Senior High Technical School. He's currently at Agna Senior High Technical School reading Applied Technology. Joseph Kweku Odum. Joseph Kweku Odum. Congratulations. Also from the Ashanti region, former school being the Ashanti School for the Deaf, we have a very interestingly named Lordina Opoku-Ajiman. She's currently at the Aguna Senior High Technical School, reading Home Economics. A very appropriate name indeed. Please remember, we clap like that for those with hearing challenges. Congratulations. And now we'll reward students with visual impairments. From the OT region, we have Foster Agbaku, a former student of the Kefe Memorial EP Junior High School. He's currently at the Mauli School in Ho, reading general arts. Now we can clap. We can clap. He can hear you. Let's clap. And one of our teacher coordinators has been kind enough to lead him upstage. Having a vision goes beyond ability to see. And this young man has a vision. And he's backing that up with his performances. Let's keep clapping for him. Our final recipient in this category is from the Upper West region, a former student of the WA School for the Blind and a current student of the WA Senior High School reading general arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Akuzoba Elizabeth Nabma. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your generous applauses. Let's celebrate them once more. And now for our final category, which is students who attended international schools, also that's preparatory schools in this country, and who have excelled in the basic education certificate examination. Our first recipient is from the Ashanti region in the person of Owusu Grant Sapon, a former student of the New World International Junior High School. He's currently at Presec, Legon, reading general science. Our next recipient is from the Bono region, a former student of the Circle of Life School. She's currently at Wesley Girls Senior High School in Cape Coast, reading general science. Priska Irabna Sewa Dixon. From the Bono East, we have a former student of the Valley View University Junior High School. He's currently at St. James's Seminary and Senior High School, reading general science. Abagulum Grant Awolemai. And now let's go to the Central region. And our recipient from the Central region is a former student of the Victory Secrets Christian Schools. He's currently at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School in Accra, reading general science. Fosu Sylvester Ado. Our next recipient is from the Eastern region of Ghana, a former student of the Amanasi Kings and Queens Junior High School. He's currently at Prempeh College in Kumasi, reading general science. He's in the person of Prince Obey Mensah. Our next recipient is from the Greater Accra region, a former student of Christ the King International School. He's currently at the Roman Ridge School, reading general science. Ladies and gentlemen, Lapo Nigel Mwensomo. to the northeast. And our award recipient is a former student of the Xavier Academy Junior High School. He's presently at the KNUST Senior High School in Kumasi, reading General Science, Hamsawu Mohammed. Now to the northern region, where our next recipient comes from. She's a former student of the Bellhaven Montessori School and is presently at Ibri Girls Senior High School, Bipo Sohang, reading General Science. Ladies and gentlemen, Abdul Majid Amjad Wontera. From the Otsi region, a former student of the Adeche Junior High School, currently a student of Presbyterian Boys Senior High School in Legon, reading General Science. We have Amua Harrison Ofosu. To the Savannah region now, and our next award recipient is a former student of the Good General Christian Mission School. He's presently a student of the T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, reading General Science. Isahaku Osman. Our next award recipient is from the Upper East region, a former student of the Bible Church Academy, presently a student of Our Lady of Providence, Jape Krum, reading General Science. Ladies and gentlemen, Kampala, Michelle Webonga. From the Upper West region in this private schools category, we have a student who is a former student of Tender Care Preparatory School, Junior High School, and is presently at St. Louis Senior High School in Kumasi, reading General Science. Umar Manal Sutra. Now we go to the Volta region, where our next recipient is coming from. She's a former student of Prince Charles Jubilee Junior High School. She's currently at the Ghana Senior High School and is reading General Science. Tode Rhoda Jijo. We have 3 more to go. And our next recipient is from the Western region, a former student of the Nest Junior High School. She's currently at Wesley Girls Senior High School, reading General Science. Nana Joa Yeboah. Our penultimate recipient is a former student of the Star of Stars School at Intotroso, and she's currently at St. Louis Senior High School in Kumasi, reading General Science. She's Precious Eninwa. Last but certainly not least, our final recipient. She's from the Western North region, a former student of the Bright Life Preparatory School. She's currently at the Asantwa Girls Senior High School in Kumasi, reading General Science. Lois Amwa. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Please rise up again to be acknowledged. 2025 President's Independence Day Award winners. And we duly acknowledge them. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much, our distinguished presenters. We will let Her Excellency catch her breath for just a minute as the police band give us some music, and then we shall hear her august speech for us this morning. Let's give her another round of applause as she takes her seat and she catches her breath. And Another round of applause for Her Excellency, for the Honorable Minister, for the Director General, for the MD of Nestle. Thank you very much. Police band, please give us a spot of music. I'm coming there. Applause. Let's welcome the children of Ghana one more time as they give us a cultural exposition. gentlemen, a big round of applause. Welcome to Ghana. And you know, when you have seen this, you feel like repeating that hallowed verse. Ghana, my happy home. Land of rich resources and land of mighty talents. You know, protocol demands that the honorable members stayed in their seats, but I saw a few who were shaking their heads so much that if the opportunity was given, they would have stormed the stage, especially with the Palongo dancing. But you know, they stayed in their seats. Another round of applause for the children. They started from the west with the Kundum dance, which is performed by the people of Ahanta. And then they came to the Bomaya dance, which is performed in the northern region to celebrate the end of droughts and blessings of rain. And they came to Accra and they brought it home with the Panlogo dance from the greater Accra region, specifically among the Gas, which has been in full swing for many, many, many years now. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, just a couple of acknowledgements. We have here the Acting Director for the Ghana TVET Service, Acting Director General, Engineer Dr. Eric Kofi Ajroi. Thank you very much, sir. We also have the Administrator of the Get Fund, Mr. Paul Ajay. Please give us a wave. Thank you very much for joining us. And please permit me to acknowledge some honorable members from the Council of State. We have His Royal Majesty Odeneho Dr. Afram Brimpong III. We have Honorable Councillor Molly Enim Ado. We have Honorable Councillor Mankpawura Japa. Honorable Councillor Cynthia Ajete Happy Yourself. Also with us we have Honorable Councillor Betty Mold Idrusu. Last but not least, Honorable Councillor Stephen Blay, who is the Acting Executive Secretary. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in this last acknowledgement, because if I do not do that before Her Excellency comes, I'll get some stares, not just from people who are here, but even my own former teachers, who will probably call me and say, so you forgot that behind all these students are teachers. Wherever you are seated, I know you've been taught by a teacher before. So ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the teachers who are here. The teachers who taught these students, the teachers who have brought us this far. I know Her Excellency will understand. It's important. Behind all these students are teachers. They used to say their reward is in heaven, but we are clapping for them to show them that their reward is here. So please, let's clap for teachers one last time. God bless all the teachers. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome perhaps the most celebrated teacher of all. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Pukwajiman. Please give it, let's make this applause loud. Ghana's first ever female Vice President. She's a history maker. Your Excellency, your audience, please be seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. The Chair and members of the Council of State, the Minister for Education, and other ministers present, Nime Name, members of all our security agencies, distinguished parents. Where are the parents? I acknowledge you all. My beloved fellow teachers, thank you very much. And all of us gathered here. Nestle, thanks for your support. Please, if I've left you out, just consider yourself very, very special and individually acknowledged. What a beautiful morning we have had. What beautiful performances, the presentations, happy faces. Award winners, I'll come to you in a minute. I have not forgotten. I want us to cast our minds back to the person who started this whole thing. How the BEC, the President's Awards, came into effect. It was the former president who has passed, President J.J. Rawlings, who saw the need to insist on quality education by recognizing our young scholars who have blazed the path. Congratulations.
We can file a question to get answers or invite the governor. And this must first happen at plenary. This must first happen at plenary. For a referral to be made, then the proper thing is done. Mr. Speaker, you see, Hansard is taking note of all that we are doing today. We would have to be very careful so that when we set a certain precedence and the same precedence is coming back to us tomorrow, we will not have cause to answer. That said, Mr. Speaker, we know that the governor has just assumed office. We know that there are issues at Bank of Ghana, which issues were part of the Hansard of this house. I recall that Mr. President, in 2015, SONA had raised issues of poor supervision of Bank of Ghana in our banking sector. The governor today was a deputy governor then. Are we picking and choosing which matters we want the governor to brief us on? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I'm happy seeing Dr. Siama himself here. He should not. Mr. Governor, don't make yourself a tool for a political football, because, Mr. Speaker, the role that the governor of the central bank plays is very critical on the economy of this country. I do not want to be doing politics with the office of the governor. Mr. Speaker, the majority must know that the path they want us to go is not good for the economy, it's not good for our country. Mr. Speaker, we cannot start a certain precedence. Mr. Speaker, if the governor's first duty is that from nowhere, business committee is now through the chairman comes to the business committee in his capacity as the leader of government business to say that next week we are programming governor to brief the house. Now, rule of procedure does not matter in this house. The human rights activists, the procedural activists that I know in this house, who today they are in the majority, are telling the country that rules of procedure do not matter. That is what we are hearing from respected lawyers whose names I don't want to mention. I don't want to mention their names. Because you are in government, your law has vanished into thin air. Mr. Speaker, let us in the interest of the country, stand this matter down. I'm ready to engage. Let's have this matter placed on ice for some minutes. For some minutes, Mr. Speaker, let us at leadership level, without prejudice to his argument he would want to make, to engage and to have discussion on the path. Else, Mr. Speaker, this may get out of hand and we may be setting a precedent. Listen, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying that any form of accountability that is necessary for the good of the country must be pursued. I am never against any accountability, but you all know that there is this old saying that should all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. Should all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. Mr. Speaker, let us as a parliament do the right thing to assure the nation this constitution carries with it some promises. Our job as a house is to ensure that these promises contained in the constitution are realized. We should do it through rules of procedure and observing prudence. Mr. Speaker, I end my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. But before giving the floor to the Majority Leader, let us all turn to page 6 of the order paper for today. Honourable members, at page 6 of the order paper for today, item numbered 17, committee sittings, notice of committee sittings, committee of the whole, date Wednesday, 5th March 2025, venue Chamber of Parliament, agenda Governor of Bank of Ghana to apprise the House on the cost of the construction of the new Bank of Ghana headquarters at Rish, Accra, and related matters. Honorable members, if I vary,
I think that we need to take the business of this House serious. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, it is in the order paper that the governor has been scheduled to come and answer questions relating to the cost of the new Bank of Ghana head office. Mr. Speaker, the communication was given to this House as far back as Friday last week when we were presenting the program for this week. And it was part of the program that was adopted by this House. Mr. Speaker, it was discussed at business committee meeting. He was absent. I can understand he was absent, but it was discussed at business committee meeting. Mr. Speaker, a letter was written to the governor by the responsible clerk, Equia Osei Somwa, principal assistant clerk. She wrote to the governor and invited the governor to brief the House. Mr. Speaker, we know the practice of this House relating to matters that we deal with at the Committee of the Whole meetings. We've been receiving constitutional bodies here. This is not the first time. We've received the Electoral Commission, we've received the Shraj Commissioner, we've received the constitutional bodies, and we normally receive them at the Committee of the Whole sittings. And so it is the normal practice of this House to invite them to come and brief the House. I initiated the process. I had a discussion, listen carefully, I had a discussion with the Speaker, and the Speaker authorized it. Then I raised it at the Business Committee meeting. The Business Committee agreed. We came here, we presented it to the House. The House adopted it on Friday, and it has been scheduled on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, the governor is not carrying a gun. He is only carrying a piece of paper, a sheet of paper, to give us simple information. This is the House of Parliament, the representatives of the people. The Bank of Ghana some time ago constructed a new head office building. And we just want to know the price of the building, the cost, just the cost. Well, are you afraid of the Bank of Ghana governor? Are you afraid of the 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 governor? What is the procedure? What is the procedure? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our standing orders Mr. Speaker, our standing orders make provision in Order 79. Our standing orders make provision in Order 79 for questions to be asked of the head of an independent
Welcome to the program. I'm Amy John Mekwa. We'll start from the global space as usual, telling you that oil has eased on Friday, heading for...
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us all.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial threat.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380. 380 Ghana cedis. Yes.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Mining continued to generate national discussions across the country. Here at Egidem in the Itiwa East constituency of the Eastern region, the situation is very much rife over here. Households are virtually at the expense of the illegal mining activities, with most of them right at the center of the Galamsey menace. We are going to the community to speak to some of the affected residents to find out how government and the traditional authorities can help address this problem.
Communities along the Accra-Kumasi Highway are under siege from illegal mining activities. The worst affected appears to be the stretch between Osino and Inyinam in the eastern region, with brazen mining ongoing across both sides of the highway. The mining has led to the felling of trees and the clearing of vast areas of forest vegetation. Excavators are then used to dig out the topsoil and subsoil. GhanaWeb's Eastern Regional Correspondent Michael Obete, on his way to Enyinam to assess the situation, listened in amazement as the sounds of shangfans echoed through the bushes along the highway from illegal mining sites close to the road. Enyinam, death-bathed illegal miners in Wellington boots roam the community close to the mining sites. Backyards and compounds of residents are pummeled by miners for gold, while government publicly touts its unwavering commitment to fighting the canker. The visit uncovered that the miners are digging the homes of aggrieved residents in search of the precious mineral. Several huge pits have been dug close to various homes in the community, with the pits left uncovered in compound houses and their backyards in the community. Osaberima Okoji Ebusuya Banen Dodu is a Enyinam Hene and chief of Enyinam. Speaking to GhanaWeb at his palace, he said that though indigenous small-scale mining had existed a long time ago, modern means of the illegal activities, including the resort to the use of excavators and other sophisticated equipment, began recently.
It's over 10 years. Before even I was installed as a king of this town, I've been a chief for only 3 years. And the mining of our land started somewhere more than 10 years now. Apart from that, we have the local one that we met in our childhood, the round one, the underground one. That one, we saw it when we grew. But that was the way at first they were mining on the town. Until over 10 years, excavator came in with a large clearance and then taking off properties, destroying of properties. So I've knew about mining over 10 years.
According to him, it was difficult to differentiate between legal and illegal miners, as all prospective miners to the community showed documents to back their activities. He expressed regret about the devastating effects of the menace on the environment, averring that the actors refused to cover the pits after their activities.
You will be in your farm and they will come and meet you there, tell you that this area has been demarcated for him to mine. So when we talk about illegal, sometimes we don't know the difference between the illegal and legal. Because all those who came were holding a paper. And we don't know the type of paper and we don't understand the paper he's holding. He has to talk, he has to explain. Sometimes we heard he has to even invite the community. None of us were invited. They only came that they have paper to come and mine.
The traditional leader further mentioned that farming activities have been reduced in the community due to the menace.
So, farming at Enyinam town has reduced because what they promised us, they didn't fulfill it, majority of the miners. And then the farming, both crop farming and trees and others, everything destroyed. We can't go there. There are holes, manholes, they have not covered the land. So for the past 50 years, some places are new. You can't farm there anymore. Okay. And water has also taken over the land also. So really.
The traditional leader expressed disappointment in chiefs being sidelined during the granting of concessions to miners, noting that there was a need for government to collaborate with them.
A great collaboration between the government and the chief and the miners. The duration of a miner on a land, the opportunity and the advantages and the disadvantages discussed before the person go to mine, so that he or he can fulfill the promise that he gave to them. Because they will tell you EPA is among whoever, disassembly is among what is among, but they have been collecting money from them. After that, they will claim none. Only few has done the promise that they gave. So we all should be involved. The chiefs should be involved, plan with them. All the apparatus of the government departments should be involved. All those who are in charge of the mining should be involved.
In one situation, witnesses say owners of 4 adjoining homes voluntarily sold their properties to the miners who pulled down the structures in search of gold. What is left of the place is a huge pit partly filled with greenish water. In one of the affected households, residents disclosed to GhanaWeb that the landlord sold the compound of his house to the miners. Though refusing to speak on record, they provided a video recording of a heated confrontation between them, the landlord, and the Galamseyers over the distraction. Kofi Adams, a former driver identified himself as a galamsey. According to him, he opted for the illegal trade after realizing that his profession wasn't financially rewarding enough. According to him, the activity, which he has been involved in over the past 10 years, has enabled him put up a 3-bedroom apartment and made life comfortable for his family.
I'm here and driving them because of some good galamsey. Many of them for Yambi and 1,005. But none to counsel you will be kind of me. And then my phone cry, many of them on Henderson. And one of them may run a man. Galamsey is one. I'm a meeting down. I'm a man from Moto. As you see, as a galamsey, I'm also Moguni. Some of them cover 3 weeks in the Tifa. They made the cry on your day. The Mitima Kaka say, the Mitima Sagana Ban say, and the Omi into Nian Katasu, Nian Kama, Nian Sunkola, Nian Bindi, because of Siciano, Wakase, Operation La, Nian Yagalans, and Nejiko Nomba, but ye de Krumafo, yet Minko Bokrono, because of Semikoboko is the same animal grassy.
Galamsey, no, we know how many years in
okay, I'm starting Galamsey almost 10 years.
And Obekasa Juma,
okay, past there for 10 years, you know. The Metimaka Mania film is a Metimaya Galamsey, Metim Daisy 3 rooms. No one cocoa. Metim Diaphragm.
Following government's renewed fight against illegal mining in recent times, Kofi says he's been rendered unemployed.
I'm going to see a crime bad about it. See a crime, I'm sending you a crime. When I'm here, my Friday, I'm going to 800. Because I'm saying, it's kind of cool. The video, to see, I see a Pamapole in Superfia, we're educated and so. They're one when my dear Usa, and so before the cannon. What will we assess by winter mean?
Though he admitted that their activities destroy the country's water bodies, he argued that ending illegal mining would render most youth unemployed.
I didn't say in the credit, in sooner you to be any day, any moment in Kenya. But in give it to me, I'm a gabwa, a cradia, any moment boy. Because in sooner, no, I've been a tetty, yen and animal, and one is saddle no, in the solemn more flats in the union, and other than one, and it's a time of camp on a feed in your and one and I, yes, sir, and no can need Mukulem near no, and no crama one day. But instead of saying, champagne abano, and the moment I'm a problem about. Like the machine to me, a problem.
A resident who gave her name as a cause condemned the illegal mining activities and the massive destruction of the environment, arguing that their activities were driven by the lack of employment opportunities. She tasked the government to provide alternative sources of income to dissuade the youth from opting for the illegality.
Me de nyame ni ma no kwale mi me handan enya me ne mesi se me akoso me gina ha ne mesi dan a me ma wo metu akiri asa se wo betu awie wo mfele na aka honom me ba kotom no awu amaboka wahu enti sade no so sabio wo mu se anya ba ewiase so obi entu galamsey meti ase but wo ya wadwuma ni wiade sasa wo de to no wo fanto no maja honum enso to na efe nipa wa kasa kan okra he bia me gine na so da bia senso ni to etimi hiri fa besi bia ye gina wo bada mu kra wawu wahu ana sabi me kasa obi nja na adwuma ye but esa mu de nokre na mu de ye adwuma no mutu godu na mu yi musika wi a mo fele asase ne kama anya te sese bia maja ne ho na fe obi ba kwa wu dabi eti me dia metimi akafa ho ne se adwuma ne de metimi kasa mo mu njaye acha sabai na mo kasa obeba begina mu na ba ye adwuma ba ya to na free education se ni e kasa adwuma ne ba ya enka bia godu adwuma no wo mo nye ba adwuma ni ho wo ka nipa na ko wiade amubeku no entina asechira ese me kan se adwuma ni wo nti adwuma ne se so mo ye aso fele ne se di akiri wa kasa faade ne hwa na shota de ade ne te e shota e hirifa ha nyina wura babia.
as illegal mining continues to spread like wildfire in the resource-rich West African country, miners continue to dig on a massive scale in forests and farms, degrading land and polluting rivers.
Are exercised, but through some process. And we know that this is a house of rules and procedure. This house observes its own practices, conventions, and equally guided by the Constitution, standing orders, etc., etc. It is our case that for the governor of the central bank to come, the matter should first be raised on the floor, either through a question, a statement, or some other means in accordance with our rules. Order 91 of our rules allow a member to bring up an issue of urgent public importance. Our rules under Order 114 also allows for statement, motions to be filed. Mr. Speaker, when a motion is debated, there could be consequential directives which would then pave way for a head of an institution, a constitutional body, to apprise the House. So all our cry is about procedure. For the records, this matter, although came up in the 8th Parliament, it has never come up in the 9th Parliament. No member of Parliament has filed a question, filed a motion, neither has any member filed a statement, which statement has been admitted by Mr. Speaker, resulting in the need to bring the governor of the central bank to this chamber. However, in all fairness to the majority leader, he raised the matter at the business committee meeting where he chairs, and eventually in the business committee report he presented last Friday, he did indicate that the central bank governor is being programmed to apprise the House today, and same has been advertised. Our side is of the view that in spite of that process initiated by the majority leader, the right procedure to trigger our jurisdiction as a House would be for the matter to be properly raised. Mr. Speaker, this is all our prayer. It is therefore in your hands to take a decision so that the House can make progress. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the practice of this House regarding asking questions is known. Mr. Speaker, this House does not only ask questions in relation to matters that have come up during debate or during the sitting of the House. In this House, any member, by our standing orders, can ask a minister, the head of an independent constitutional body, or even a colleague member of Parliament, any question of any matter that is within the bosom of that person. I can actually ask the minority leader a question about a matter that is within his purview as minority leader, because he is chair of some committees of Parliament. I can ask him a question about his functions in relation to that committee or any matter pertaining to that committee. I can ask any member of Parliament a question relating to your constituency, because that is what our standing orders say. There's no provision in our standing orders saying that before any of us asks a question of a minister or the head of an independent constitutional body, that matter must have risen in some debate. No, when did that happen? When? Since the time you became minority leader, when did you amend the standing orders? When? This is common practice. Questions have been asked today of the Minister for Local Government, and he is here to answer. Are there matters that have arisen in some debate in this House? No. It's the same way. Whether the matter has arisen in this House or not, we can ask questions. And in this case, the matter arose, and it's common knowledge. And the rules say that if the matter is of public interest and within the bosom of the head of the independent constitutional body, that we can ask them questions. And I gave the Speaker notice. The Speaker said, okay, go ahead. Then I went to Business Committee meeting. I drew the attention of Business Committee that because these questions are asked at the Committee of the Whole sittings, because for independent constitutional bodies, it should be at Committee of the Whole sittings. So I requested for a Committee of the Whole sitting today for the governor to come and answer the question. And at Business Committee, they agreed. Your members were there, 4 of them. They did not object. We came to this House to present the report of the Business Committee, and I repeated it. I indicated that at Business Committee, it was agreed unanimously that the governor will be scheduled to come today and come and answer a question specifically relating to the cost of the Bank of Ghana head office building. Nobody objected in this House. Nobody. The only matter that you objected to was the issue of the allocation of speaking numbers to both sides of the House. Everything else was adopted in this House. And the clerk then wrote to the governor, summoning the governor to come and then address us, answer the question, apprise us of the cost of the head office building of the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what this hula baloo is all about. I don't know whether there is an attempt to run away from that answer. I don't know whether people are afraid of the information that the governor will be providing. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that the public has an interest. Thousands of people demonstrated in this country. In fact, this House, about 136 members of Parliament, marched to the old head office building of the Bank of Ghana to present a petition in relation to this particular matter. I am surprised that when a governor becomes available to come and give answers relating to the cost, some people will seeking to run away from it. Mr. Speaker, what is all this? Let's just sit and listen to the governor. Let him tell us the cost. It's a public asset. They use public money to procure it. And we represent the public here. And we want to know how much it costs. How is that an issue? Even if there is, let's say that some anomaly in the procedure, please, in the interest of the public, let us hear him. Oh, it's okay. All right, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, can we invite the governor to come and give us the cost of the building?
Honorable members, it has been said that this House is not against accountability. We are all in support of our institution being accountable to Ghanaians through their representatives. As such, we are really not against the governor of the Bank of Ghana coming to brief the House on the cost of construction of the headquarters of Bank of Ghana at Reach, Accra. Honourable members, it is not in dispute that this matter was raised at Business Committee, programmed in the report of the Business Committee, and this House has adopted the Business Committee's report. Honourable members, pursuant to the adoption of the Business Committee's report, the Clerk of Parliament wrote a letter to the Governor of Bank of Ghana inviting the Governor to come and brief the House on the issue. As such, the order paper for today has it at page 6, item numbered 17, to the effect that the Governor of Bank of Ghana would be coming to the House to brief the House on the cost of the construction of the Bank of Ghana headquarters. Honourable members, the practice and the convention is that when a business committee program an institution to come and brief the House, and there is no objection to that at the time the business statement was taken, procedurally, the clerk was right in writing a letter to invite the Governor to come and brief the House in line with the business statement adopted by the House. So with all due respect, honourable members, there is an adage that says that if the farm is not long, your water container must not be big. We should not spend so much time debating whether the Bank of Ghana governor should come and brief the House on the construction of their headquarters or not. Honourable members, in the spirit of all of us interested in accountability, I will want to humbly proceed to invite the Governor of the Bank of Ghana to come and brief the House. Honourable members, I will proceed to bring the Governor to come and brief the House. The House is accordingly constituted into a committee of the whole. Honourable Governor for Bank of Ghana, you may please come and brief the House. Honourable members, the committee is called to order. Honourable members, we have the governor of Bank of Ghana in the person of Dr. Johnson Esiama with us, accompanied by Dr. Zakari Mumuni, First Deputy Governor, Ms. Sandra Thompson, the Secretary, Mr. Stephen Amu, Director, Mr. Bernard Ato Otobil, Director, Mr. George Brace, Deputy Chief Manager, and Nana Buaben, Deputy Director. You are welcome.
Thank you. So we can start.
Good.
Have you finished?
Yes. So, honourable members, they are here to give us a briefing on the cost of construction of the Bank of Ghana headquarters located at Ridge, Accra. So, Honourable Governor, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking you for the invitation to brief this Honorable House on the construction of the new Bank of Ghana building. With me today, Mr. Speaker, is my first Deputy Governor, Dr. Zakaria Mumuni, who is seated on my left. I also have two of the members of the project team, the gentlemen who worked on the project, two of them seated just after Dr. Zakaria, and they will help us in answering your questions. Mr. Speaker, we have also brought a number of reports that we believe will shed light on the issues such as cost, rationale, and payments, etc. And we are happy to answer questions that you have on those reports. Mr. Speaker, we do recognize the significant public interest in the development of the new corporate headquarters. While this project was initiated before our tenure, we are fully aware of our responsibility to manage resources efficiently and to operate with transparency. Mr. Speaker, the reconstituted Bank of Ghana board will be sworn in next week, and the board will begin reviewing some of these legacy issues. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have scheduled for board agenda a detailed briefing on the new Bank of Ghana building by the project team members, and we intend to seek authorization from the board to engage AESL for a value for money audit into the new building. We believe this will bring clarity to the matter, and we believe this will bring closure to the issue of our new Bank of Ghana building. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the documents we have provided and submitted to leadership contains most of the issues you have requested, and we urge you to go through it and ask your questions to my team.
Can I go on?
Chairman, with respect, the governor in his submission is saying that he has forwarded some document to leadership and he hopes that this will enable us ask the relevant questions. But respectfully, we haven't received any document. I think they are now sharing the document. So I just want him to wait for a moment for us to have this document.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. The document has even been loaded on the console. So, Governor, please proceed. Honorable Governor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the discussions around a new headquarters for the Bank of Ghana date back to 2011, when the board at the time considered acquiring land for the project. However, the board at the time could not settle on a specific location until its tenure ended. Mr. Speaker, even in 2016, when I was a deputy governor, the same issue was being considered. However, we could not settle on an appropriate location. In 2019, under a new board of the Bank of Ghana, a structural integrity audit was conducted, and this showed that the existing head office, which was built in the late 1950s, had developed significant structural defects and was no longer fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, we have provided a copy of this document also on the structural integrity audit that was conducted in 2019. Following this, Mr. Speaker, the Board of Directors at that time approved the development of a new corporate headquarters, citing security, operational efficiency, and long-term institutional needs as key factors. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the land was acquired at West Ridge, and I am informed that a competitive procurement process that was approved by the Public Procurement Authority led to the selection of Mr. Goldkey Properties Limited as the contractor under a turnkey arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the project was initially valued by the PPA at $81.8 million US, but later increased to $121.1 million after the Bank of Ghana requested for re-evaluation. This was revised again to $222.8 million, and I'm just rounding off, Mr. Speaker, after the redesign and inclusion of building management systems. Mr. Speaker, there were also statutory requirements, security needs, and sustainability considerations. As a result, the total project cost increased to $261.8 million. Mr. Speaker, as of February this year, a total of $230 million approximately has been paid
towards the project, with an outstanding balance of $31.8 million to be paid to the contractor. Mr. Speaker, a total of $48.3 million has been paid in taxes and levies that were related to the construction. Mr. Speaker, beyond the core building, separate contracts were awarded for other infrastructure. These include ICT systems and network infrastructure, which was awarded at a cost of $8.6 million, integrated electronic security systems, which was also awarded at a cost of $15.8 million, and furniture and furnishings that was also awarded at $11.1 million. Mr. Speaker, these elements were included to ensure that the bank operates in a secure and technologically advanced environment in line with the needs of a modern central bank. Mr. Speaker, while the new headquarters project has understandably drawn public attention, Mr. Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the Bank of Ghana remains fully focused on its primary responsibilities, which is to maintain price stability, which is to ensure financial sector resilience, and which is to foster economic growth. These are the priorities that guide our actions. As an independent central bank, we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that public trust is fundamental to our operations, and that trust is built on transparency, sound decision-making, and a demonstrated commitment to prudent financial management. Mr. Speaker, we want to assure this Honorable House that the new board will exercise its oversight responsibilities efficiently, and the new board will ensure value for money in all our undertakings. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor, for Bank of Ghana and your team. Honorable members, I intend to open the floor for some questions, clarifications. Honorable Ampim Nyako, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the governor, and we are happy that he's been able to provide this information. I just want to find out why the contract was awarded in dollars and not in cedis. And then secondly, you said you acquired the land. Is the cost of the land part of the cost of construction that you've given us, or is that separate? And if it is separate, have you paid fully for the cost of the land? Thank you.
Several questions, and Alexander, okay, well, honorable member, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a couple of questions for the governor. The first, I will reference him to paragraph 18 of the document he shared, which is talking about the cost per square meter of the building. According to the report, he's saying that the cost per square meter of this head office building is $2,068, which compares with international standard of $2,658. And so, from his own statement in paragraph 18, the value per square meter of the building is way below what it is compared to international standards. If the governor is aware, if you check with EcoBank Ghana, all the buildings that have been built here in this country in comparative terms, the cost per square meter is still even lower in the case of the Bank of Ghana than even the EcoBank building. And so, this assertion, even with all the security complexities of the building that we see today, the issue of value for money that you're talking about, I think it is adequately addressed over here. The second question I want to refer him to. The second question I'm giving to you is that in terms of the approvals, the procurement approvals, is the governor telling this House that all the Bank of Ghana, did Bank of Ghana sidestep any approval process for this particular transaction? Because I know. Okay. So can the governor tell us if the Bank of Ghana got the necessary approvals for this particular transaction? Okay. My final question to the governor is whether the governor, as we speak now, is in occupation of this particular building. Thank you.
Honorable Hotoja.
It's not coming. My decision is no way. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Bank of Ghana governor brief this House as to what the cost or what actually accounted for the repeated increase in the contract sum?
Honorable Yaframpong.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just one question that I want to find out. In his introduction, the governor did mention value for money audits. I just want to find out if that exercise was really carried out. The value for money audit, if it was carried out. It was finally carried out before the construction. Yes, the Bank of Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Fondi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two quick questions. I am aware that before a project like this would be costed, all the architectural drawings, all the consultancies and everything would have been done before an institution like Bank of Ghana will put up a cost. Unfortunately, from $81 million, we are hitting revived to about $260 million. The Bank of Ghana governor did not explain to us what exactly changed in the cost of the changing of the price. Can we know that? And number two, the Bank of Ghana should be able to educate us also the selection of the consultant that would have to pay over $3 million for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take one more from here and give the opportunity to the governor. Kennedy Osenyako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the governor, if there was or there is a value for money audit report. If there is not, will he consider engaging Crown agent to conduct a value for money report and furnish the house so that we'll be able to know the exact cost or what accounted for the cost of the project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Governor, you have the floor. You can provide answers to all questions so far asked.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would defer to my colleagues, the members of the project team, to provide initial answers, and then I'll come in. But I'll just touch on the one question before I defer to them. This was a question on occupation of the building. Yes, my predecessor moved into his office before he left office. Why? Because this was allowed under the contract. Remember, the project is about 98% complete. It's almost done. And so my predecessor moved in, and therefore when I took over, I had no choice but also move into it whilst we continue all the other processes. Mr. Speaker, permit me to now defer to my colleagues, and then we will take the questions one by one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, why dollars? The contract was a turnkey project, and then we wanted to lock in the value in terms of payment and evaluation, and also to prevent change of contract values if it was cedis. Cost of land. Cost of land is not part of the figures we have provided here. It was compulsorily acquired by Ghana government and then given to Bank of Ghana. Cost per square meter. Yes, if you use the 261, the total contract values per the various contracts that have been signed under the project, the cost per square meter now come to 2,446, still lower than the West African construction estimate and also internationally accepted estimate. Procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, procurement approvals were sought for all the processes. The first one was the PPA approval to use the restricted tendering for the selected contractors who were perceived to be suitable to build such an edifice. The PPA gave an estimate at that time when they gave the approval of $81.8 million. Mr. Speaker, after the evaluation and then selection of the contractor, the lowest responsive value for the contract with Goki Properties Limited was $121.0 million. So the Bank of Ghana went back to PPA to inform them about the new value, and on 31st August 2020, the PPA gave approval for the $121 million. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, after the evaluation, the ETC gave approval for Bank of Ghana to go to CTRC to seek a concurrent approval, and that was also granted. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the occupation issue have been answered already. The repeated increase in the contract sum. After the signing of contract with Goki Properties, now the Bank of Ghana have to come in and sit with the contractor to look at the total proposal as submitted. And many of the issues that were considered was the fact that there are security issues of the total contract that couldn't be given to public. So these ones had to be discussed at the point of the contract. Also, the original plan was supposed to be 25 floors. Unfortunately, the spatial requirements require that it cannot be 25, but reduced to 20-floor facility. We also have to look at all the statutory approval requirements and also the functionality of the building in order to address all the requirements of Bank of Ghana. This finally resulted in, Mr. Speaker, a 4-structure facility made up of the tower block, 20 floors, urban block, 8 floors, amenity block, 6 floors, and the podium that houses 5 car park floors under the building, because it was noted that that area lacked car park, and then we will have to factor that into the building. And a modern energy farm system was also introduced into the facility in order to address power needs, since such a building will require continuous power supply without any issue of light off. A treatment plant for water was also introduced, and all these things were done in order to make the building EDGE certified. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the project is EDGE certified, and then EDGE team will also do a review very soon. Mr. Speaker, value for money, we relied on the various approvals to confirm the value for the contract. Currently, it has been decided that an independent consultancy firm will be employed to review the project cost to see, and Mr. Governor made mention of that. Mr. Speaker, no drawings was done because it was a turnkey project. So we did not do quantity cost or quantity analysis before the project. Selection of consultant. Mr. Speaker, we used a single source method of selection, and that one to approval was sought. In fact, this was done when we have to go through the professional institutions in Ghana that can supervise such projects. After going through all the professional consultancy firms that can do that, we identified Multicard, a Ghanaian consultancy firm, as a suitable consultancy firm that can manage the project for us as the employee rep of the project. Mr. Chair, currently what I know about Crown Agent is that it's defunct. However, as indicated earlier, Mr. Governor has decided that we can use a local company to do that job. So I'm sure when the board comes, these issues will be discussed and the appropriate action taken on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll then open the second round of questions. I give the floor to Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Anodompre.
Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity. Chairman, I've taken time to listen to the presentation, and the governor's and his team, I think one of his team members responded to a question on value for money. And amongst other things, he says they came to certain conclusion based on the procedure that was adopted. And then he also says the AESL will be contracted to do some work. I don't know if I'm correct. Then you went ahead also to say an independent body will again be contracted. I'm struggling to get some meaning. Why will, the first place, is it not too late in the day that AESL will be engaged? And why would you still want to engage an independent body on same subject matter? Am I right to come to a conclusion that after all, there are no fishy deals in this project, and Ghana did not lose out on it? And once and for all, based on your presentation and the facts you put out, we should be putting away or let the controversy rest once and for all. Will I be right to come to this conclusion?
Honorable Adongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, these were decisions that were taken by the previous board. I was not on that board. But even if I'm on the board, are you taking decisions here? You are not taking any decisions. So if you are taking decisions, I will abstain. Mr. Chairman, I wasn't a director when transactions were made. I'm speaking in that capacity. Mr. Chairman, paragraph 7.
Honorable Adongo, just hold it. I recognize the minority leader.
Chairman, respectfully, the honorable member who just rose and caught your eye has just been appointed as a director of the bank. He's gone through the process, nomination through Council of State, and finally he has become a director. Although he's yet to be sworn in, I humbly hold a view that he can pass on his concerns to some other member to ask. Because, Mr. Speaker, the governor said that the same board is going to pursue the matter. It is obvious that he's in conflict. He's in conflict in the sense that, first, Mr. Speaker, is in conflict in the sense that he's torn between two bona fides here. One as a director, and the second as a member of this legislature. Mr. Speaker, a matter has come before this House. And the matter that has come before this House, though you don't have a personal interest, you have an interest in your official capacity. That is, as part of your functions, the governor has indicated that you are going to undertake certain activities. I do not think that it would be appropriate in the circumstances to now proceed to be asking questions on the very matter that you are going to peruse in your capacity as a director of the bank. Mr. Speaker, I've just made my submission. It's for you to rule upon it.
Honourable members, guided by the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Justice Abdullah versus Attorney General Adongo, you have the floor. Ask your question.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, thank you very much for the protection. In 2020, I was not a board member, and these transactions were done from 2020. Even now, I only disclose my interest and not take a decision.
Please proceed to
ask. That's all I do.
Proceed.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, the board under paragraph 7 indicated that the original estimated contract sum, or the engineer's estimate, put the contract at $100 million. In their own wisdom, they revised this to 81 million before the tender. Then a tender is received which is 50% above the estimated figure given to us by our engineers. Our engineers, having compiled all the bill of quantities, think that it will cost us 80 million to build this facility. We are now looking for a contractor, and the contractor comes to tell us that he will construct it at a figure 50% above what our engineers are saying. And we went ahead and approved it. It didn't end there. Now we are dealing with 261, and this was being done at the time of COVID-19. Ghanaians were being asked to pay COVID levy. And you then went and signed a contract which is 250% above your estimates. My question is, was it that the Bank of Ghana was living without limitation? Whereas everybody was tightening their belt, Bank of Ghana had a lot of money to just be spending. But Chairman, can they tell us the second lowest or the lowest bidder per the evaluation report? There were other bidders. What were they saying? Were they also quoting 121 billion? Yeah. Can they tell us what the other bidders were willing to construct the property for, and for which they were ignored, and we went for 121 million? And then now we are Can they tell us what the other bidders were telling us? And then two, as we speak today, it's been 5 years. We still don't have a value for money audit. We don't have a value for money. If they have it, they should submit it. We are now going to determine value for money for a project whose cost has been increased almost every now and then. So why is it that we didn't have value for money when it became clear to us? When it became clear to us that the original figure was being exceeded, we didn't do value for money. We kept doing that until now. Why was there no value for money up to this point? Then, Mr. Chairman, I want to find out. Is it also one of those projects like the National Cathedral where the figure was listen to me, where the figure was a moving target?
Honourable members, order.
Chairman,
honourable members, let's listen to each other in silence.
The cost of that project was also a moving target. Was it a moving target? Was the project cost a moving target? Said that it could just be going up and up and up and up without an idea where it will end? Please, Chairman, I want to know whether this cost was a moving target. Because we are in this country when you people started a national cathedral and every day the figure was going up. Then you went to build the headquarters of Bank of Ghana, that figure too also started going up. Why? Are you only interested in moving targets? Please tell us, was it a moving target?
Honourable members, Honourable Adongo, you shouldn't have added the issue of cathedral.
Okay. Chairman, I agree with you. I'm not adding national, but I want to know.
Let that be.
I want to know whether this project,
Honourable Brana Champo,
the cost of this project was a moving target and never ended.
Yes.
I want to know that.
Honourable Brana Champo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people supervising the construction of the Bank of Ghana building are not the people on this side. The people on this side are the ones supervising the construction of the Bank of Ghana building. Mr. Speaker, the 107,000 square meters, we are told, cost $222 million. And it came to, per square meter, about 2,068. They also quoted a tax element of $42 million. My question is the 222 million inclusive of the tax of 42 million? If it is, then the actual construction cost will be $1,600 per square meter, which will be far lower than the recommended construction cost for such buildings in Africa. That is, if the 222 million is inclusive, the tax of 42 million is inclusive, then the cost will be far cheaper. But Mr. Speaker, when we talk about building a Bank of Ghana structure, where a central bank structure for that matter, we are not talking about building a Ministry of Agriculture head office or an NHIS head office. We are talking about the Central Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the cost of construction, we can relate it to the African continent, the world market price of per square meter. But the security architecture, the implications of it alone can also be more expensive than the building itself. Yeah, right. If we are building a serious central bank infrastructure, what goes into it for security can be more expensive than the brick and mortar. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the question.
Honourable members, can we listen to each other in silence?
Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, with the exception of Honourable Brana Champong, all others resume your seat.
The question is, that was the background to the question. Mr. Speaker, the question is, a request is being made, and this will be the first one in this country, an infrastructure for recycling and reuse of waste to liquid treatment in a building in Ghana, the first of its kind. We are recycling and reusing waste to liquid treatment plant in this country. The question is, Mr. Governor, as you have resumed, the question is, as you have resumed this position as governor, if there is a need to upgrade the security infrastructure as you already have to be compliant with 2025-2026, albeit the cost of 220 million, will you admit new cost if you are being impressed upon or advised by national security to add on other infrastructure to the building? Will you admit the cost? Finally, one of your officers did mention that the cost of valuation, the cost and quantity valuation was not done. And his reason was that it is because it is a 10-key project. Mr. Speaker, I find it very strange, and I'll add a question. I find it very strange that somebody will walk into the Bank of Ghana boardroom, present to you a 10-key document, you don't review quantities, and then you award a contract. One of the most respected institutions in this country is the Bank of Ghana. The people there are highly respected, and it will surprise me. And Mr. Governor, I don't believe that a document was presented to you, quantities were not evaluated, and the Bank of Ghana accepted the bid and awarded a contract. I want a verification of that and a validation.
My second issue is, right now we are talking about 261,773. Can you share with us the current value, market value of this project? Assume you are selling the project today. What is the current market value today if you are selling the project?
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7, respectfully, with your permission, says that the PPA, by a letter dated 29 January 2020 to the Bank of Ghana, the approval to use the shortlisted contractors for the restricted tender also revised the estimated cost of the project from 100 million to 81 million. First of all, just want to find out if that was complied with. And then it goes on to say that the PPA, in response to the bank's letter dated 31st August 2020 on the outcome of the tender process, reviewed the initial PPA approved estimated amount from you applied with the 100 and something to 81 and then the subsequent one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable James Agalga.
Thank you, Chairman. paragraph 5, the bank states that the land was compulsorily acquired by the state through an executive instrument. Now, they also go on to state that the said land was previously owned by the state insurance company. So my question is, did the state compulsorily acquire from itself? In any case, how much compensation was paid by the state after the compulsory acquisition? What was the value of the land? And how much did the state pay?
Mr. Speaker, I want the document that the governor shared with members. I want confirmation, because most of us here have gone through, or at least have held public offices before, and so we know the processes. I've seen from your briefing and the document, you stated certain things. I want confirmation. Your briefing says that this project was a restricted tender. How many firms did they restrict it to? When they were opening the bid, were the company's present or not? Were they in the room when they opened the bid for all the restricted tender? That's the first thing, so that it's transparent for everybody. Secondly, after PPA has given you approval, this is the second leg I want. The industry standard, this contract is much lower than the industry standard in terms of per square meter. What really is the problem, Mr. Governor, with this contract from your own perspective? Because one, you are admitting if the tax element is actually part, then it's much, way lower. And I will even be surprised that anybody will do that. So I want to find out from you, what really, in your view, is the problem with this contract? What is it? Is it the cost, which you said is lower? Is it that it didn't go through the processes? Or what really is the problem? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members. I intend to take only one and then give the opportunity to the leadership. So, Honorable Sule.
Chairman, I'm very grateful. Chairman, on page 6. Please sit down, sit down. On page 6, we have been given payments up to date, but we have not been given the percentage of work done. We need to know the percentage of work done, and that's to commensurate with the payments made. So I think that is very important for us to have the figures, percentage of work done, and then amount of money paid. That is one. 2, reading and listening to the governor, we have 2 projects here. The main project and then the other auxiliaries that were added. Now you went to PPA and you were given approval for the main contracts. Then you went again for approval where you said you use sole sourcing for the consultancy. Now the installation and the other security items, did you go back to PPA for their approval? And what procurement process was used in choosing them? That's the second issue. Then the third one, yes, it's been said here, but I still want to go to ask about it. What is the total cost of this project? I'm asking this because if land was not valued and added to the project, how do you tell us that? How can you tell us that this is the total cost? We need to know how much the land will cost. Then when you add it to the total cost of the construction and other installments, then you can say that this is the total amount of money expended on the project. So we need to know that. Thank you.
I'll give the floor to Habib.
But
honorable leaders, when a leader is on his feet, so Honorable Abna Useasari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, just as it's been stated here, that the cost of the project per square meter is way below that of the industries. So I want to know why they've been hauled to Parliament. Secondly, I also want to find out if this is the only big project Bank of Ghana has done in its lifetime. All the other projects that they have done, what is the process? I know they have done one in Takrade, they have done the hospital, they have done Tamale. And clearly, we also want to find out the processes they went through in all those other projects, and whether they went through things like this, and whether they were hauled before Parliament for putting up a project in Takrade, in Tamale, and the hospital as well. Because clearly, Mr. Chairman, if we are being told that the cost of the project is way below that of the industry's cost, frankly, why have they been hauled to Parliament? Thank you.
Well, on your question why they've been called to Parliament, I recognize the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the former Deputy Finance Minister objected, a member of Parliament for Etiwa. Minister of State, sorry. Yes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Adongo was on his feet, the Honorable Member for Etiwa East, objected strenuously. I saw her on her feet. She remonstrated against Adongo asking any question. Now, Adongo has not even been sworn in. He does not owe a fiduciary relationship, all right, with the Bank of Ghana now. And yet, as a director, and yet you objected. You were on the board. At the time that this decision was taken, you were on the board. So you are even more conflicted. You are even more conflicted than the Honorable Adongo. You are even more conflicted.
Mr. Speaker, I need to put this on record. I was sworn on the board in November 2024. That has to be on record. November 2024. That has to be on record because this is
Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, by that time,
Honorable Minority Leader.
into that building. I was sworn
Minority
in
Leader,
November
please, you have the
2024.
floor.
Thank you.
Leadership should wind up. Leadership should wind up.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
with
members,
respect.
kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, kindly resume your
Mr.
seats.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Tampoli, Honorable Kojo Opon, please resume your seats. Please resume your seats.
Mr. Speaker, if you will indulge me, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think you should give us ample time to digest the issues. Inviting the governor here today, you saw the debate before we went into the committee of the whole. So if we don't give members the opportunity to ask the questions they ought to ask the governor, when will we get that opportunity again and make comment? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to you that you should allow members to ask those questions.
Honorable people, you have been in this house for some time. Tell me an occasion of a committee of the whole that we have taken 10-10 from each side.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going to labor on this issue. You are the chairman, Mr. Speaker, and it lies on you to be able to create that opportunity for us so that members can ask these questions. The majority leader and the leader of the House forcefully made his point that it is necessary for the governor to be here so that any question we have with regards to the building, then we'll be able to ask. But now if we discharge him out of one question, he will leave and we still have questions hanging. It means that he hasn't come to say anything because we have not been able to get the opportunity to ask all our questions. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, kindly give us the opportunity to ask the questions.
Honorable Deputy Whip, you can't take away this discretion from me. We are winding up the debate. So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. One up, so that we can give the opportunity to the governor to respond to all issues raised.
Mr. Chair, my humble suggestion is that they have received a lot of questions. Let them clear it. Then once they are done, we can come in with our, then they will do the final answering.
With all due respect, I want the governor to factor the questions from minority and majority leader, then we call it off, please.
Chairman, I'm not having
yes,
an exchange.
You may yield to any other person you are entitled to do.
I'm not yielding.
Yeah.
You've not gotten the trust of my submission. What I'm saying is that we've had over several questions. They have about 25 questions to answer. I am only pleading. Our duty is to guide the chair.
Yes.
So let them answer those questions.
Your point is well noted. What I intend to do is that add your questions so that they will take it in the whole.
Chairman, there may be a follow-up. You see? Oh, come on, please. Chairman, we are asking the final set of questions. There may be follow-up emanating. So let them answer. We'll take further note because I've taken note. Then when we come,
Honorable Minority Leader, at what point will you give me the opportunity to moderate?
Chairman, it's okay. That's okay. Chairman, the governor in his introductory remarks. In his intro, he indicated that they, as a bank, have a duty in ensuring financial stability. And that duty they would not depart from. He's also giving us a professional response to the general concerns on the streets of Accra. Indeed, to demonstrate transparency, he told this House that he came with those in charge of the project. And they are available with us to answer questions that may come from this House floor. Chairman, in the 6-page report from the governor titled Report to the 9th Parliament on the new corporate headquarters for the Bank of Ghana, named the Bank Square, dated Bank of Ghana, March 5, 2025. Indeed, the entire report does not raise any irregularity in respect of the subject matter. The Central Bank Governor relied on this report with a further submission from his prepared notes, and he has taken us through the step-by-step processes and the step-by-step procedures that the bank followed. I think that's a mark of leadership. And on this side of the House, we convey to you our respect, to you for that sincerity. The allegation of irregularity today has been put to a peaceful rest. In your submissions, you highlighted the following. One, that even the standard costing procedure is lower than the industry market price. As contained in your submissions, which submissions have become part of Hansard and is a matter of public records. Two, you have also shared with us as the people's representatives that the variations were occasioned by necessity. The necessity included, one, security, which was not initially considered. Two, the need to have a system that would generate power, a recycling facility. You've also indicated that indeed this also necessitated the variation. Third, you've added, and this came through the project manager, that apart from the building, the original tower, there were other additional buildings that were originally not considered as part of the original bid. I'm happy that Hansard has witnessed all these explanations. Hansard has witnessed all these explanations. A moment ago, Mr. Chair, this room was filled. The majority filled all their spaces. And it is obvious the majority leader is looking behind him. Look behind you. All of them have vanished. Mark of friend match, Aboka. Mr. Chairman, I have also from the records of the governor, by way of my fourth point, come to understand that indeed the final value for the project, which is the 261 million, indeed included some 48 million of same as taxes. So, yes, so it wasn't the case that the value by way of the cost paid to the contractor in entirety was some 261 million. However, it was an all-inclusive costing which had a $48 million being paid to the states in taxes. So that distinction has also been drawn, and this parliament is pleased for that information from the governor. My fifth observation, that everything done according to the governor, not mine, according to the governor, everything done was regular. Everything done was within the law. He did. It's here. It's here. The governor, this is the report. I will read it. Oh, it's okay. I'll read it. I'll read it. I will read it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I read page 7. Let me start from page 7, page 1, paragraph 6. The need to procure a highly complex central bank accommodation, meeting national security considerations, and the bank's highly classified information security needs inform the selection of the firms. The bank wrote to the Public Procurement Authority on 14 January 2020 for approval to use the restricted tendering method. The following firms known to be operating in Ghana, emphasis known to be operating in Ghana, were shortlisted, and the companies are there. Renaissance Construction, though not wholly a Ghanaian-owned company, partnered with the local company David Walter Limited during the tendering process. Paragraph 7. The PPA, by a letter dated January 2020, conveyed the board's approval to the Bank of Ghana. This approval to use the shortlisted contractors for the restricted tender also revised the estimated cost of the project from 100 million to 81 million. 8. After evaluation of tenders were received, the entity tender committee of the bank, at its meeting held on 6th August 2020, considered tender evaluation panel's recommendation, emphasis, considered the entity tender panel's recommendation and approved the award of the contract for projects of the project to Mrs. Gold Key Properties Limited at the cost of 121 million under 10 key into bracket design and build contract arrangement. Design and build. So, for emphasis, the project was not just about Gold Key building. Gold Key was required because it was a 10-key project. Was required to design and build. So 2 things. 9. The ETC further directed for concurrent approval to be sought from the Central Tender Review Committee of the Ministry of Finance. So we are going by procedure known in law. Procedure known in law. 10. The PPA, in response to the bank's letter dated 31st August 2020, on the outcome of the tender process, reviewed the initial PPA approval, estimated amount of 81 million to the 120 million. So, they carried all the recommendations of the review panel back to PPA that we want you to approve, look at it, and then approve it or otherwise. And PPA again approved this. So this is what the central bank is telling us, that they followed due process. Now let's go to their paragraph 10. Very, very important. The PPA, in response to the bank's letter dated, 11, the CTRC, that's the Central Tender Review Committee, in September, so you follow day by day, dates are all captured. September 2020 granted concurrent approval to the bank to engage the recommended tenderer, Mrs. Gold Key Properties Limited, at a contract price of 121 million under 10 key and contract arrangement. Now 12. In November 2020, the bank signed a contract with the contractor for the construction of the corporate headquarters for a period of 30 months, into bracket 6 months for design, 24 months for construction. The project site was formally handed over to the contractor in March 2021 for the commencement of preliminary site works and designs. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, from this point, it is clear that due process, according to the central bank, was followed. This is their report, not mine. This is not a partisan report. This is not a report from any consultant. This is a report which is the bona fide of central bank to this house. Mr. Chairman, let's come to design scope and cost reviews. The narrative out there was that a contract sum to Gold Key amount to X amount. But here, there's a disclosure that there is a design scope. There's a scope for design of the whole work. And we all know that in our own small properties that we build, we engage an architect to design at a different cost, which is not part of the building cost. So at this point, it's been explained. Thank you, Central Bank. Then we come to paragraph 13. The initial design proposals for the project envisage a gross floor area of 73,000 square meters with the following details. 1. 25-story tower block, 4-story car park facility, 2-level basement, and an auditorium. Then on 14, the central bank goes further that they need to reconfigure the special requirement to meet all relevant statutory requirements and functionality and address inadequacies in the employer's requirement resulted in the modification of the initial design concept and scope, and a scope change to the current gross floor area of 107,000 square meters. So, Mr. Speaker, I am emphasizing this because originally the central bank says that it was looking at 73 square meters, 73,000 square meters. Now, in their own report, some people were asking what is the justification for the increase in the pricing. Now, the central bank has again told us that they increased the space to 107,000 square meters. And then under this, they are now telling us that the project currently consists 3 main blocks. Originally, it was just 1 block. Now 3 main blocks, and they have named them the tower, the urban and amenities block with basements, podiums, and ancillary facilities. Now, the under 15 tower block, 20-story.
Honorable members, let there be order. Let's have some order. Honorable Adongo, please resume your seat.
When I'm done, your leader would also have an opportunity. Would you be happy when my side obstructs him the way you obstructing me?
Honorable Minority Leader, address the chair. Honorable Adongo, resume your seat.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Bank of Ghana, after explaining the increase in the gross floor area, now covering 107,000 square meters, now gives us a breakdown of the new design. And under the new design, these are the breakdowns. 1, they say they're now going to have a tower, urban and amenities blocks with basements, podiums, and ancillary facilities. And these are the specific breakdowns. The tower block is supposed to be a 20-story block, urban block of 18-story, amenities block 6-story, basement of 5 levels with car park areas, ancillary facilities, energy farms, treatment plants, and security gate houses. Then they go further to say, in addition to meeting these requirements of all relevant building codes, the building design incorporated sustainable design concepts such as energy conservation, water conservation, recycling, and reuse of waste, liquid, and solid. And they said that this thing is the first of its kind in the country. Then they go further to say the design satisfies the excellence in design for greater efficiencies green standard, for which preliminary EDGE advance has been used. Excellence in design for greater efficiencies. EDGE. Mr. Speaker, this is Bank of Ghana to us. Now, the paragraph 18. The ETC of the bank at its meeting held in December 2022 considered and approved the design review and the revised project costs of 2,068 per square meter. This figure is lower than the market value, with data from African Properties and Construction Cost Guide of 2021-2022 stating 2,658 per square meter, and in 2022-2023 at 2,720 per square meter at average construction cost for prestige high-rise office spaces in Africa. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this report is coming from the bank, that in all their dealings, they ensured value for money, and then the pricing was even far lower in terms of known costs, benchmarks in the industry. This is in their report, not mine. Mr. Speaker, the central bank continues to say that the CTRC subsequently granted concurrent approval for the revised scope of works at the cost of 2,068 per square meter, which translates into 222 million as the construction cost. So, Mr. Speaker, from all indications in the report from Central Bank, and in fact, it is not as if the managers or the directors who were in charge of this project are the ones who are still there to trigger any curiosity. They are not in office. Dr. Addison is no more there. His other deputies are not there. Dr. Siama and the new team are here to give us an honest account of what the records have. And they've been very sincere that should anybody on the streets of Accra today say that the central bank building, that project did not meet value for money or that it is too expensive, what Bank of Ghana is saying is that it is cheaper as compared to market standards. What the central bank is saying that the construction of the entire project came at a lesser cost to the country, and that they have saved this country money. The reports are here. Mr. Speaker, if you come to paragraph 19, the central bank again gives us a further breakdown that out of the construction cost of 222, payment made to date is $202 million, leaving $20 million to be paid. He says that...
Honorable Minority Leader,
yes,
please be brief.
Yes, sure. I'm concluding. Thank you, Chair. Now, he says that as at end of February 2025, over $42 million had been paid in taxes. This house, I believe, has some aspect in the area of building and construction. We may perhaps have to look at inviting Mr. Speaker to set up a special committee which is made up of experts in that field. I'm a legal practitioner. I'm not an expert in that field of design and construction. So I may not make it when it comes to the selection onto that committee. But in this house, there are IT experts, there are architects, there are engineers, there are financial engineers who know this field. So to guide us and not to expose this house to some public, I don't want to say public ridicule. We don't need to expose ourselves that everything is politics. No. But I think that even this exercise, in spite of all the procedural issues, is good for governance. At least the public out there knows that the people's representatives are doing their work. And New Bank of Ghana, you've come transparently, done it. I know some TV stations were carrying it live. They had to truncate at a point. It's good for governance. So, Mr. Governor, thank you once again. Chairman, I appreciate your patience in indulging me. I would resume my seat without more and pray that when the board is sworn in and the work that is expected is done, Governor would again come and apprise the House with the outcome of it. On behalf of my colleagues, we say a big thank you to you and your team. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. But Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, there is no procedural issues here. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And let me thank the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and his team for the presentation that they have made. I have been very involved in the advocacy around accountability for the construction of the new bank head office building. And I want to thank you because throughout the deliberations, throughout the discussions, and throughout the commentary, initially we're told that the building cost $222 million United States dollars. At the time of the inauguration of the building a few months ago, the media reported that the building cost $250 million. That's what the media reported. But by today's briefing, we are getting to know that the actual cost of the building is $261,773,268 million United States dollars. United States dollars. So this is the first time that those of us who have been at the forefront demanding accountability, demanding information. I have personally written several times.
I am to inform you that taxes are not part of the 260.
Yes. So taxes are not part of the 261 million. So if we added taxes, which you say is 46 million, then so whatever it is, when you construct property and it's being valued, they don't value the property separate from the taxes. The value is the value. So the point is that the governor has come today and we've gotten to know the true cost of the property, which is that it cost 261,773,268. It is not 222 million, and it is not 250 million. The point that the statement also reveals is that for several years, the Bank of Ghana has been wanting to build a new head office building. And that one day themselves wrote to PPA. They themselves proposed a property that cost $100 million. They themselves proposed a property that cost $100 million. That the PPA gave them an approval to construct a property valued at $81 million. So you yourself, the bank, you want to PPA and say, we want a property valued at $100 million. And PPA said, no, go and construct a property valued at $81 million. Today, you have come to tell Ghanaians that in spite of the fact that PPA says go and construct a property valued at $81 million, you have gone and ultimately you have maneuvered and you have constructed a property worth $261 million. $261 million from your own request of $100 million, from PPA directing you that it should be $81 million. Today, you are telling us that the property you constructed cost $261 million. Mr. Chairman, I listened carefully. The contract was for a building with all its facilities and design. A building that initially was going to be 73,000 square meters. A building that was going to be 73,000 square meters. Then there was a decision to redesign it, and the redesign produced a bank building that is 107,736 square meters. So the square meters, please pay attention. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Why are you running away from a discussion of this? Please, listen. No, listen.
Honorable Majority Leader, please address the chair. Order.
No, I will flow.
Honorable Tampuli, I don't know you to be like this. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
So the building design moved from 73,000 square meters to 107,000 square meters, 107.7. That is 46.7% increase in the square meters. 46.6% increase in the square meters. Now let's get to the cost, the price. So the price for 73,000 square meters was 121 million United States dollars. When you redesigned it, and it moved from 73,000 to 107,000, the price moved from 121 million to 222 million. And that is a price increase of 84%. 84%. So you say that the indicator is the cost per square meter. You said that. The indicator. Why are you eager to defend the construction and the pricing? Why are you so eager to defend it? Listen carefully. I gave you a cost minus the security and then the ICT and then the CCTV camera, because the cost of 222 did not include those ones, because the CCTV, the security and all those things are a separate contract. So I'm giving you just the square meters cost. You said the square meter cost is not okay, is 222 million, 222 million point 7 for the 107 square meters. And I'm saying that how is it possible that your square meters moved from 73,000 square meters to 107? That is 46%. And yet your price moved from 121 million to 222 million, which is 83% in the increase in the price. So your square meters increased by 46%, and then your price increased by 84%. How is that possible?
It doesn't make sense.
How is that possible? We're not costing height. We're costing square meters. I'm saying that we're costing square meters. Square meters. Let's get serious here, please. Let's get serious. The whole country is watching us. We're on live television. We're on live television. How can you convince the SS student, former Minister for Education, how can you convince the SS student that you say you are pricing a building based on square meters, and you say that 73,000 square meters cost you 73,000 square meters moving to 107 square meters, the percentage increase is 46.6%, and then when it comes to the price of the same square meters, then it now moves from 121 million to 222 million, which is 84%. How is that possible? Can you explain that? Can you explain that? For me, this is a critical issue. This is a critical issue in my analysis of the price adjustment. And this is why I marched several times to the Bank of Ghana building. This is why I demonstrated from Circle to the Bank of Ghana, because I never understood why a price movement, square meter movement of 46% will attract a price increase of 84%. I need answers. That has to be explained. That has to be explained. Chairman, today, we have also gotten to know that the CCTV cameras and other security features of the building cost us 15.8 million United States dollars. CCTV cameras and other security features. It says IES installation cost. Then ICT installation cost. ICT installation cost costs 8.6 million United States dollars. And then the furniture, the chairs that the workers will sit on and work, cost us $11 million. $11 million. How many workers are in the building that it will cost the Republic of Ghana $11 million to buy chairs for them to sit? We want to know how many workers are in the building for it to cost us $11 million to buy chairs for them to sit in. So let me ask, in addition, a few basic questions. I know that you have just assumed office. You have just assumed office. And you are telling us that this is the report that you have been given. Have you verified the square meters? Have you verified? Have you verified the square meters? Have you verified the square meters? 2, have you conducted a value for money audit? Because this house is not going to end the matter here. This house, we're asking the governor questions. This house is not going to stop here. This house is going to follow up with you so that when you verify using AESL or any other institute, let's say the Institute of Architectural Engineers of Ghana, for instance, or even the institute at KNUST, when you use them to verify, we expect you to come back to this house and report to us. Secondly, we want you to assemble the engineers, the architects, and the surveyors and explain to me how a variation of 40. You are not interested. I brought him here to answer questions for me. You are not interested. So
please,
I'm the one interested. Clearly, you are not interested. Clearly, you would have done that and yet forgot about the building and its cost.
Honorable Majority Leader, please address the chair.
So we want you to explain to us how the price moved from 121 million to 222 million, which is 83%, when the square meters moved from 73,000 to 107,000, which is 46.6%. For me, these are the critical questions that must be answered, in addition to verifying the actual work that was done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, let me use the opportunity to thank the governor and his team for very well. Governor, please respond to the numerous questions asked, then I will conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have taken note of all the questions that honourable members have asked. And as I said, the board will delve into this. There are some residual matters that I cannot talk about, even aside the value for money issues. And given that no value for money has been done so far, given what I've been told by the project team, I think it makes sense to engage an independent agency. It helps all of us to benchmark. And so we will seek the authority of the board, and as Honorable Ayariga, Majority Leader, has demanded, we will get answers to those specific questions, after which we are happy to report back to leadership of Parliament. We derive our powers from Parliament. The Bank of Ghana Act is an act of Parliament. In fact, in 2016, when we amended our act, we were mandated to report to Parliament twice yearly. And yesterday, I signed the report on our operations for the second half year of last year, which is coming to Parliament. So we welcome your oversight functions, even within the context of our independence. I believe that we need you as we strive to restore public trust to the central bank. We want to strengthen the integrity of that institution, and I believe we are partners in this regard. This is only the first one, but we will be back anytime we need Parliament to support us in our mandate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Brenda Shampo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my side, we asked the governor questions from this document, which he himself presented to us. All the questions are from this document. So he cannot say that he will take our views. We asked questions, not views, we didn't make suggestions. We expect him. He is new. But the people left of him, they are not new. I know this man very well. We've met at EMT. The institution Bank of Ghana is not new. So the questions that we are asking, he should be able to answer, because the questions are from this document. For example, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this side, we don't want to allow the governor to take our views. We have not made views or suggestions. We ask questions. My leader asks questions. So he is supposed to answer. I ask questions. I ask 3 questions. We expect the governor to answer the questions. You brought him here to come and embarrass us. Let him answer the questions. Mr. Speaker, the governor should answer the questions. He is new. The bank is not new. The team is not new. The questions are from this document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He shouldn't leave this house without answering the questions.
Honorable available leader. Honorable available, yes. Honorable Yaraga, let me hear you.
The honorable member just said that I brought the governor here to embarrass them. Mr. Speaker, are they the ones who procured the Bank of Ghana building? Are you the one who procured the building? Or are you admitting that you had a hand in the procurement of the building? How come you will be the ones embarrassed if the actual price is known? How?
Maybe he's a consultant.
Are you involved in the procurement? So please, it's a public asset. It was procured with taxpayers' money. I had issues. In fact, this side had issues. 138 of us, 36 of us, we marched. I have asked questions that cannot be answered now. He says that he is not capable of answering them now. He has to go and refer the issues to his board, get permission from the board to now go and do a value for money audit and etc. So please.
Honourable members, I use the opportunity to thank the Governor of Bank of Ghana and the team for attending upon the House and responding to questions and taking suggestions on board. So once again, thank you. Honourable members, I also thank you for having a successful committee of the whole meeting. Governor and the team, you are accordingly discharged.
Honorable members, the House is reconstituted to plenary.
Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. My name is Emmanuel Enin and this is Sports Check. Today we are going to talk about basketball. But before I introduce my guest to you, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, I will introduce my guest who is a basketball enthusiast and doing really well for basketball in Ghana. Welcome back from the break, and this is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are going to talk with Spintex Knights owner Eric Opoku-Entry. Eric Opoku-Entry, good morning and thanks for having me on the show.
Good morning.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
I'm doing well.
Yeah. I mean, Spintex Knights, if you mention Spintex Knights, everyone in Ghana knows Spintex Knights. So how does it feel to be a basketball owner and getting the recognition in the basketball world?
I think to start with, it is very humbling.
Yeah.
Because we started from a very humble beginning.
Yeah.
Playing and participating in community leagues. Then the story follows up that we win Division 2, qualify for Division 1. We participated in the BAL.
Right.
And we became the first team in the history of Ghana to participate in the elite scene. We are praying and hoping that we do better moving forward.
Yeah.
So they say the sky is the limit, but for us, beyond the sky is the limit.
Okay, that's a great ambition. And someone will ask, who is Eric Opoku-Entry?
Oh, Eric Opoku-Entry is a boy born from Korun-Kwetia. Went to Most Holy Heart in Dansoman.
Okay.
Then after went to Achimota School. So my love for sports started in Achimota School.
Okay.
I used to play hand games.
Okay.
So basketball, volleyball, handball. Then went to KNUST. Did a degree in sports and exercise science.
Okay.
I was blessed by God to have gotten a Ghana government scholarship. Upon going through all the requirements to study in Shanghai University of Sports in China. I did a master's in sports medicine.
Wow.
Then later did a PhD in sports kinesiology.
Okay.
That is human kinetic movement. Simply me, I'm a married man with 4 kids.
Right.
Who I'm trying to also make them fans of Spintex Knights and Manchester United, not Liverpool.
Oh, you support Manchester United?
Yes, we are struggling, but we'll do well.
I thought you were into basketball only.
No, I actually started football.
Okay.
My skill set was not up there, so I was a goalkeeper.
Oh.
Yes, I was a goalkeeper. Anything with the hands, I used to do really well.
You just love using the hands.
Yes. So I remember back in my university in China, if we play inter college games, yes, I'm goalkeeper for the foreign students.
Okay.
So we've won that title since I was there.
Wow.
I was shifted to a defender in my PhD days, but I've been a very avid soccer fan.
Okay.
It was when I traveled and I was looking for work. I think I saw an advertisement one day to test the lights for an NBA player. I didn't know who was coming.
Okay.
I got in there, I tested the lights and everything, and it was Dwayne Wade.
Ooh.
Doing a photo shoot for Lenin.
Yeah.
So from there, my interest for basketball actually came up.
Okay.
I was a basketball coach teaching recreational basketball.
Okay.
Then after, I was promoted from coach to director of basketball operations.
Okay.
So the city was divided into east and west. I was tasked with creating teams on both sides. By the time I was leaving, coming to settle with my family, I had 16 teams on the east, 16 teams on the west. And we were a traveling team. We were going to tournaments in Singapore,
16 teams.
Vietnam, Thailand.
Wow.
We were just moving around from U6 all the way to U18. So we could have even A and B, A for the elite, B for the up and coming. So we had 32 teams.
Okay.
So as director of basketball operations, I was the one drawing up schedules for all of them.
Yeah.
Interacting with all the other basketball clubs in Bangkok, Singapore. So we arrange and participate in tournaments.
So would you say you've had an impact in the growth of basketball in Asia?
I would say in my small committee in Shanghai, yes. Because at the point my team was for Junior NBA. Junior NBA used to organize tournaments in the whole of Shanghai.
Okay.
My team was the #1 for U13 in Shanghai.
Okay.
So that is where the love for basketball grew up.
Okay. So can you maybe recall that there was one player on your team that was able to go through the ranks and reach the senior team?
So they were not solely Chinese.
Okay.
They were not solely Chinese. They were they call them ABC, American-born Chinese.
Okay.
Canadian-born Chinese, and also expat kids. Okay. So I currently have one of the boys who is red shirt for North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, in the US. He's red shirt, which means he's still fighting to make his spot on the team for the Tar Heels. We have a couple who played in the Chinese national team too now. Wow. So through that we've made some impact there. But that one is kept in a very small box.
Okay, so how do you intend to transform what you did in China or in Asia into Ghana before we talk about Spintex Nights?
I think if given the chance and the opportunity, the understanding of the game and how to impact communities with the game is there. But in our terrain, the support is not there. Okay. In Ghana, the support for basketball is not there, and they keep on calling it a lesser known sport. Oh. But I believe it should be called the least financed sport.
Okay.
Because I know for a fact that during last year we had our under-18s playing in Ivory Coast.
Okay.
And we also needed money to get our 3x3 team to participate in Madagascar. Ministry of Sports didn't finance it. The only team that was financed got Ghana silver during the All African Games.
Okay.
Which means we can do better.
Yeah. So is it that you write to the ministry and they don't respond, or how is it like?
I think per my understanding of Spintex Nights, we wrote to the ministry about even using Botema.
Okay.
We were asked to pay some money. Later on, God bless Yausechi. Yausechi came in, had some conversations with them, made them understand that this is the people who are representing Ghana at this level. And these people have been doing it all by themselves. Okay. For this while, the best you guys can do is to come in.
But Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, let the Constitutional Review Committee take up this matter. Let Parliament support them so that in reviewing the Constitution, we provide for a minimum of ministers that any president can have tomorrow. So that it is not like 60. President Mahama provided a ceiling of 60. The Constitutional Review should respect that ceiling, and presidents in future should run with that. Then, Mr. Speaker, IMF, they were running. They said superior managers of the economy. What happened to the Fiscal Responsibility Act? It was on suspension even before you exited political power. You said you wanted fiscal prudence. You brought in a Fiscal Responsibility Act with Ken Oforiatta as your minister. When we said censure him, you said no. Now that you have lost, you want to blame him for everything. You supported him to mess the country up, mess the economy up, and mess your administration up. So walk in regret and live in regret. When we said that he should be called to order, you overborrowed. And Mr. Speaker, again, let this parliament work for the people of Ghana. Ghana needs to have a ceiling on how much we can borrow. It cannot be at every time as it pleases a finance minister. He walks here, Parliament fails in his responsibility, grants him. between 2017 and 2021 before COVID, $3.5 billion. Yet the previous NDC administration did just $1 billion. So again, elephant appetite for borrowing. Your government had an elephant appetite for borrowing. At every time you wanted to borrow and you borrowed, you undertook fiscal infrastructure. You said you were building Agenda 111 hospital, 88. At least if 2 or 3 of it was functional, it will make meaningful contribution to maternal health, improve healthcare delivery in Ghana. Your overambitious initiative, you got none completed. You are more interested in winning votes at the December election than caring for the lives of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, and they actually were helpful in trying to get us to play Abortim and the indoor courts.
Which will deal with diseases that are not catered for under the National Health Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, then to IMF. You said you won't go to IMF. You finally held a calabash begging the IMF. Yet you were here that no, you must govern with some sincerity. Today we are back to IMF. This is the 17th IMF program of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we will have to resolve as a country have to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, then President Mahama also promised 24-hour economy. And let me assure members of this House that it is not going to be driven largely by the public sector. It will be a private sector driven initiative of President Mahama. And Mr. Speaker, sooner than later, the Minister for Finance and Attorney General will be in this House to amend the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, the GIPC Act, to provide for adequate strategic incentives to any investor who wants to invest in a 24-hour economy. We need to expand the manufacturing sector of this country. Investors such as Japon Textiles, Akusumbo Textiles, and Palugu Tomato Factory. Any investor who can bring in money and run it for 24-hour economy, President Mahama in this parliament will support him to do that, so that it will generate employment and also contribute to the GDP growth. What this parliament, Mr. Speaker, must insist in future. You came with one district, one factory. You are reminded. Do you have one in Wale Wale? Is your watermelon factory functioning well? Ask whether the Nsawam factory is working. But Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that in granting tax exemption and incentives to the private sector, we must ask 3 questions as Parliament. 1, how much are you contributing to employment? 2, what is your contribution to GDP before we make those generous grants to them? But Mr. Speaker, if you take from Kumasi, Ashanti up to Wale Wale, you will not find any factory that employs 1,000 or 2,000 people. So for instance, the people in the Brown region, poultry. Government will want to invest in poultry farming. That is their advantage. We should support them to do that. Cashew, we support them to do that. So the 24-hour economy, government will provide under the leadership of President Mahama an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. Not your government which came and destroyed the Ghanaian private sector. Yes. Go and ask the private sector, whether AGI or Association of Ghana Industries, the harm when they were borrowing at those prohibitive interest rates, it did not allow for that. So, Mr. Speaker, then I come to the energy sector. This country, Mr. Speaker, we need a second gas plant. Beyond Atuabu gas, maybe in Kumasi somewhere in Sunyani, we should be thinking of the establishment of another gas plant so that we reduce the fuel consumption, which is part of the cost of the electricity company of Ghana. Again, it was the NDC, the vision of John Evans Atta-Mills at the time, who invested $800 million in getting the Atuabu gas plant constructed. Look at the gain and the benefits that it has done. All this year that you borrowed 741, almost $50 billion. What did you do with that money? What did you do with that money? Then, Mr. Speaker, they failed again to thank President Mahama for introducing ESLA. Those were part of the taxes you described as nuisance taxes. Yet you
Honorable member, conclude.
45 billion from the energy sector lady. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with my sector, education. Mr. Speaker, on education, we remain committed to expanding access to quality education from primary to secondary education. All the abandoned GET Fund projects in your various constituencies, various universities, with an uncapped GET Fund, will receive substantial investment in getting all those uncompleted projects completed. I'll work with the Minister of Finance to uncap GET Fund. We will introduce digital technological hub in the provision of higher education from pre-tertiary level. Mr. Speaker, this year, every public university will get fund support to support 5 PhD students under a new local scholarship secretariat initiative, so that each public university can train Ghanaians under a local scholarship program. Mr. Speaker, we also review curricula. We have difficulties with some Ghanaian languages we need to write, myself and you, Mamprusi and Dagbani. There's no literature on it, we need to work on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency the President for giving us the state of STEM schools. We will build more. Each region will get a STEM school. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, but don't think that tomorrow there is an election and Ghanaians will forget how you mismanage this economy with a single economy, single debt.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. I will proceed to give the floor to Dr. Kabiru, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute in support of the motion, to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for delivering the presidential message in accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's rich when the respected former leader and minister responsible for education argues and debates same on the State of the Nation address and mention about new lexicons in our economic discourse, i.e. DDEP. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite young, but I grew up learning about SAP, Structure Adjustment Program. Mr. Speaker, I grew up learning about PAMSCAD. These were new lexicons introduced into this country by a government, which they are descendants of. So when it comes to new lexicons in our economic history, I'm quite sure, I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, that we know where the odds will fall. The NDC has been at the forefront when it comes to introducing austerity measures to the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think that my respected leader talk about when it comes to introducing austerity measures to the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think that my respected leader talk about constitutional review. We should equally look at Article 67. Article 67 and put in safeguards. Mr. Speaker, the President comes to this House, he's at liberty to distort information, he's at liberty to embellish the information, but if we introduce safeguards into Article 67, including the possibility of charges for perjury, I'm sure Mr. President will be guarded next time when he mounts the podium to give us the State of the Nation address. He will give us the real State of the Nation address. And I'm not quite surprised when he stated, Mr. Speaker, in page 5, that 2 events would afford him the opportunity to present the real state of the needs. That is the National Economic Dialogue and the budget. So what he presented is to us. My constituent asked me, Mr. Speaker, President, what did he come here to do? The President opened a book of lamentation. Every single chapter of his presentation was a book of lamentation. Mr. Speaker, since our operators on the other side do not like data, we'll force them to drink the data. We'll force them to eat the data. We'll force them to breathe the data. Under John Mahama regime, Mr. Speaker, under John Mahama regime, the growth rate was 3.4%, Mr. Speaker. That economy was not criminal managed. A growth rate of 6%.
is a criminal mismanaged economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they left a primary balance of 1.4 negative deficit. 1.4 primary balance, 1.4% was what you left. Mr. Speaker, we are leaving you with a surplus. We are leaving you 1.46 surplus. Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio was 73.1%. We are doing 72%. Mr. Speaker, they talk about debt. Mr. Speaker, MPP1 left government with a debt of 8 billion under President John Ajokun Kufuor. $8 billion. And when Mr. Mahama and John Mills came into power, they skyrocketed our debt to 29.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, without doing anything, Mr. Speaker, without doing anything, the present value terms of that debt is 447 billion Ghana cedi. Wow. Without doing anything, the present value terms of that particular 29 billion they have left for us is 447 billion Ghana cedi, using the exchange rate of 14 or 15 Ghana cedi to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, compare that in contradistinction to the debt left by the Nana Akufo-Addo government. We are adding some 227 billion between these two governments, which has added more debt. Between these two, take your calculators and do the mathematics. It's obvious that the NDC government has contributed 43% of our debt stock, whilst the MPP contributed 38%. So when it comes to the debt debate, I kindly urge my colleagues on the other side to hasten with caution, because the numbers don't lie and the numbers don't support their position. Mr. Speaker, there are issues that I expected the President to have touched on, and the President, either out of deliberate act, refused to touch on them. The unlawfully wrongful dismissal of innocent Ghanaians. What wrong have the Ghanaian people committed? They queued in the sands and voted for Mr. John Dramani Mahama for him to come and visit them with that very difficult, very insensitive, very unlawful dismissal of Ghanaian young people. It is so pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk about interest rate as if to say that we should clap for them, we should pat them on the back and give them credit that interest rate, treasury bills rates are coming down. Mr. Speaker, it's quite trite learning that your treasury bill rate should range between your monetary policy rate and the inflation rate. Inflation rate is 23%, Mr. Speaker. Policy rate is 27%. How come do you have 19%? If someone tinkering with the numbers, we will have to investigate. And I'm sure in the course of time, Mr. Speaker, we will summon the Bank of Ghana government back to this house to investigate what has occasioned this particular manipulation of numbers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even with the small money the government has gotten, we have delivered so much. We have delivered so much. And that in the education sector, they cancel allowance, we restore it. Yes. In the education sector, they cancel nursing allowance, we restore it. Yes. We gave students free senior high school education. Yes. We introduced TVET education and modernize it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this is the achievement in education. When it comes to road sector, Mr. Speaker, we have constructed 13,000 kilometers worth of roads. Yes. They did a patch 4,000 kilometers of roads. Yes. Mr. Speaker, colleagues from the other side says that it includes Pacho. That has been the metric. That has been the metric we use. And Mr. Speaker, every single constituency here has been a beneficiary of Nana Akufo-Addo intervention. I will go to the voter region. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, resume your seat. Honorable Kwame Aguja. You have the floor, Honorable Kwame Aguja.
Mr. Speaker, I am not participating in the debate. But when a colleague makes a statement of which his own party has corrected that statement in the past, it is just important. Mr. Speaker, when President Akufo-Addo made that statement, and we sought to correct him, the ministry issued a statement correcting to the fact that the 10,800 kilometers was the total length of roadway they've worked on, which include a pothole patching. Indeed, on record, Mr. Speaker, what they have actually done in terms of constructing a new road is 670 kilometers thereabout. This is not a debate, Mr. Speaker. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. I think we all need to work on this. It is a method of reporting that was problematic. Indeed, there's no need for us to argue about this. Indeed, NPP worked. Mr. Speaker, if they will just listen, if they have actually constructed 13,000 kilometers of road, I wonder why you were asking me questions here last week, Friday, why your roads were not done. You were with the Vice President, Baumia. It is surprising that they've done 13,000 kilometers of road, which is from here to China, almost getting to Australia. Yet they didn't do the road in the Vice President constituency. So let's ignore this. The fact is that the record at the ministry today, the number of kilometers which you can call new roads or new construction development is 673 kilometers. That's it. Oh. If you have 13,000 kilometers of new road, mention it, and I'll change my story. So there's no need for that. Rather, be worried about the fact that whilst you argued about 17 billion cedis worth of entire commitment on road sector in 2017, you are leaving us a burden of over 100 billion today. And today, you are not shy. You were asking me questions here as to how your road will be completed. Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to make a statement in this House, giving you the details of the mess, Mr. Speaker, of the mess they have left in that country. I was forced to go to Kotoku in Ashanti region on Monday. Guess what? A breach that was reported to everybody, including my colleague minister, in 2018. They ignored it until I have to go there last week to deal with it. These are the things you did. So as for road sector, don't even mention it on this floor, because you will not be looking well in light. So, Mr. Speaker, road sector, don't go there. It is just a mess. It's just mess. And the minister is here. The last time the minister actually went public.
Mr. Speaker,
3 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and a point of order has been raised, and I think that part of addressing the point of order shouldn't be part of my minutes. Mr. Speaker,
I indicated that before recognizing the point of order, you spoke for 7 minutes. You have 3 more minutes, which means the intervention for the point of order is not part of your minute. Honorable Leader, how do I recognize the point of order on a point of order? Please, Honorable Leader, kindly resume your seat. With all due respect, Honorable Habib, kindly resume your seat. Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor.
all right.
Honorable Kabiru, your time is running.
Mr. Speaker,
after 3 minutes, I will give the floor. Honorable Kabiru, after 3 minutes, I'll give the floor to another person. Habib, kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are always here to help you. We are here to respect the chair. Mr. Speaker, the minority deputy whip was on his feet to draw your attention to an important matter, which he captioned it point of information. Mr. Speaker, if we the five here, we get up on our feet, we're not saying that it is mandatory that recognize us, but it is because there is a cause for us to be up on our feet. Mr. Speaker, when we all agree on a protocol for debate, which protocol applies to everybody, same must be adhered to. From the one that we started this debate, the understanding is that no point of order will be recognized. I have a lot of respect for Honorable Kwame Abuja. I have a lot of respect for him, and I have a lot of respect for the chair. But I would also urge my respected colleague, who is the Roads and Highways Minister, to also know that there is always an opportunity for him to debate. The man is making a point. It's not everything that is said on this house that we would all be in agreement. But you take note, allow him to make his point. But when you get up, point of order, your side, somebody will get up and then another point of order. Now the deputy leader, deputy whip, is on his feet to catch the attention of speaker. If we are not careful, then this also degenerates, and it's as if we are disrespecting the chair. I will repeat, it is not in our value system as a minority to disrespect the chair. But sometimes the situations are unbearable. They are unbearable. Please, colleagues, we have a long way to go. It's 4 years. We've only done 2 months. Let us start well, so that all of us will be on the right path. If you treat us this way, nobody got up on a point of order, and now the next thing is that you have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I'll give the space to somebody. And then you see a whole deputy minority whip on his feet, not recognized, being embarrassed before his backbench. Where are we going to? When he is embarrassed, then the next time he's a human being with ego, he may also want to react. Mr. Speaker, let me raise the matter here. Please, you cannot be neutral, but once you are presiding, be seen to being fair. I rest my case.
Honorable members, let's take note that in moderating the House, if the majority side is on the floor and a statement is made, let's say in education sector, and the former education minister is on his feet on a point of order, I am inclined to recognize such a person on a point of order. But honorable members, you know the rules very clear that we don't take point of order on a point of order. So, honorable members, give me the opportunity to moderate the House. The road minister, former road minister, is up. Are you up on a point of order against the speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the speaker? Because it's the speaker who is speaking. I am the one speaking. So are you on point of order against me?
No. I'm on point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order.
I'm on a point of
Unless
information.
You are having a point of order against the speaker.
No. I didn't say that.
Then kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Please, kindly resume your seat. Honorable members, with due respect, we have a lot. We even have an outstanding motion. So let's make progress. Honorable Dr. Kabiru, do you still want to utilize your 3 minutes? And let me place on record that I am being guided by the clerk. When I recognize a point of order, they will take note of the number of minutes that you have spoken. And that is what guides me as to the remaining time you have to be able to conclude your debate. I don't do it myself. I am being guided accordingly. So that was the basis for me telling you that you spoke for 7 minutes. You are now left with 3 minutes. Will you want to utilize the 3 minutes? Honorable Minority Whip, I plead with you. Let's make some progress.
Speaker, I want to catch your eye. Have I caught your eye? Or haven't caught your eye? I'm on my feet, Speaker, with respect. On my feet. Speaker, earlier on, you had given a good directive, and you put matters in perspective, said that former ministers, when they rise on their feet, you recognize them. In fact, the Honorable Asenso got up former ministers, when they rise on their feet, you recognize them. In fact, the Honorable Asenso got up several times to catch your eye, and he is a former minister for the sector. We thought that in the context of your own wise guidance, you will recognize him.
Honorable Chief Whip, in which jurisdiction is a point of order taken against a point of order? Somebody is on the floor on a point of order. Then you also want to take a point of order against such a person. Assuming the member is on the floor from the majority side and made a statement, and the honorable former minister is on the feet, I will recognize him for a point of order. But when there is a point of order and you are on your feet for a point of order against point of order, please.
Respect. Speaker, let's not litigate further on this matter.
Yes.
We will not.
Yes.
But Speaker, you did not even listen to him, whether he was coming on a point of order or point of information. You did not grant him that audience, so you wouldn't have known if he was coming on the point of order or not. But be it as it may, if you grant him some minutes as a former sector minister, fine. If not, we can proceed.
Honorable Kabiru, let's proceed. You have 3 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point that the intervention by Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in respect of the money we borrowed had touched every single life in this chamber. As a matter of fact, the people of Adaklo has a 5,000-seater stadium due to our taxes and the money borrowed. The people of Ketu North has a district hospital at Weta.
Very good. You disagree.
These are the impacts of the money borrowed. And I can go on and go. We have Astrotech in the Volta region. All in the Volta region. We have 50. Mr. President has dashed the hope of investors.
Remember, that is your interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, the text, I'm quoting him. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting him. And I'm quoting for the purpose of emphasis and hazard. He said, nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depth of which our economy and government has sunk. Anyone, including Mr. President. So I'm quoting him. Those are his own words. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has dashed the hope of Ghanaian youth and the investor community. Mr. President has painted a gloomy picture about the economy which he cannot recover. Mr. President has misrepresented data to create a gloomy picture. Mr. President has not given the true state of the nation of the year. He has given a state of lamentation. Mr. President has not given the true state of the nation. He has given a state of
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. President has given a state of lame duck. Mr. President has given a state of confusion. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation address was what was presented by the Venerable Member of Parliament for Karga, Dr. Amin Anta, and the minority members of this Parliament for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
It's now the turn of Honourable James Agalga.
Listening to my colleagues from the other side debate, I am very shocked. Yesterday, one of my colleagues from the other side described President Mahama as Terminator number 1. And in his view, he's Terminator number 1 because his chief of staff has issued a directive to the effect that all public sector workers recruited or employed after the 7th of December be relieved of their duties. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly there was an agreement as part of the transitional arrangements. And I'm happy to note that the majority leader was part of the transitional team, that there would be no public sector recruitment after the 7th of December. It was agreed between the government, the outgoing government, and the incoming government at the time. But, Mr. Speaker, I find it most strange that those who benefited from the colossal dismissal of public sector workers in 2017 are the ones who are now crying wolf. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a publication by GhanaWeb dated Tuesday, 23rd May 2017, headed as follows: Akufo-Addo sacks 13,000 public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read, in what has been described as reenactment of the dismissal of some 568 selected public servants by their four-bear government of Prime Minister Kofi Abrefa-Buzia, President Akufo-Addo has, in the last 5 months, sacked a staggering 13,000 public sector workers. The dismissed public servants, most of who were hired during the 8-year rule of the National Democratic Congress administration, have been shown the exit in fulfillment of the NPP's government's policy to dispense with the services of government workers suspected of being sympathizers of the NDC and were employed under the Mahama administration. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have a personal experience to share. When I served as Deputy Minister of the Interior, 6 months to the elections, we secured financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance to recruit personnel into the security agencies, namely the police, fire service, and prisons. We went through all the procedures, including putting out an advertisement. Applications were made, unlike what we saw recently when the argument made by the former Interior Minister was that he was recruiting from a non-existent backlog. We caused an advert to be made. Applications were put in, they were received, examinations written, and qualified candidates were selected for training. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo government, after 4 months of training in the various training depots, actually dismissed recruits who had been trained in weapon handling. Most of the training modules they had gone through, including weapon handling, they were not afraid to dismiss them. Please, I was deputy minister. I challenge you to controvert the facts that I'm putting out there. So these are the people now crying wolf. We have been modest. All the chief of staff sought to do was to say there was a breach of the transitional arrangements to not recruit. After 7th December, after the elections, you knew you were leaving office. Why did you decide to recruit after you knew you had lost power? You had agreed that you will not take part in any recruitment processes after 7th December. And so what the chief of staff simply did was to apply the rule in the wake of the breach. So please, if you can describe President Mahama as Terminator number 1, I'm asking you, how should we describe President Akufo-Addo? Maybe Terminator half or Terminator quarter. So please refrain from these antics of yours. It is not in your best interest. The other day, Mr. Speaker, I listened to one of my colleagues, the honorable member for Menchia South, with bated breath. He created the impression that the Attorney General, Dominic Ayene, had abused his power to enter nolle prosequi in respect of some of the cases he inherited from Godfrey Dame and Gloria Kufu. And his argument was the authorization of the president to enter nolle prosequi. So what Honorable Dominic Ayene did in respect of some of the cases he has so far withdrawn or entered nolle prosequi is in tandem with law. It is in tandem with Article 88 of the Constitution, which confers the prosecutorial powers of the state.
Honorable James Agarga, just resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Dako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think my learned colleague mentioned Menchia South and then added Dako. Please, Menchia South is Honorable Nana Bafweji, John Dako is Swami. So please, let the hands that reflect that. And in any case,
very well.
He never said note. What you said regarding the nolle prosequi. He never said.
Honorable John Dako, I agree on the first part, but the second part I disagree because I have the cause sitting down there to draw the Deputy Whip Ahmed Jerry's attention to the fact that Attorney General doesn't need approval from the President to be able to enter a nolle prosequi. And he is there and can bear me out because I have listened to the Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is a senior member of the House. Speaker, whilst you were addressing us, he was on his feet. He must respect the chair. You must respect the chair.
Honorable James Agarga, you have the floor.
And so, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate the honorable member for Menchia South is not here. I know he's a lawyer of repute, but it's important that he goes back and refresh his memory on his criminal procedure and law so that next time he doesn't mislead this House in that manner. So far, the Attorney General has shown a lot of magnanimity, Mr. Speaker. In almost all the cases...
Honourable Member, conclude.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me touch on the security sector a bit. The President made a statement that he would employ diplomacy, counterintelligence to deal with violent extremism and terrorism. Mr. Speaker, as part of the diplomatic effort, the President has already reached out to neighboring countries such as Burkina Faso, which pulled out of the Accra initiative after President Akufo-Addo engaged in a major diplomatic gaffe by reporting to Anthony Blinken, the foreign secretary, or if you like, the equivalent of the foreign minister in the United States at the time, about Burkina Faso, a neighboring country, that they had brought in mercenaries to help them fight terrorism. President Mahama has taken it upon himself to fix the mess, that diplomatic mess that was created by Akufo-Addo in our quest to protect our country from violent extremism and terrorism.
Your time is up. I proceed to give the floor to Samuel Abu Jinapo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. When I was Speaker on the 27th of February 2025, the President came to this House to fulfill his constitutional obligation of giving the message of the state of the nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this House almost unanimously have now agreed that that statement was indeed a message of lamentations. And I think all of us are agreeable on that. Mr. Speaker, but in spite of that, in spite of the impression the President wanted to give to the country, data and facts are sacrosanct, and the data and the facts confirms clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the state of our national economy, which was bequeathed to President Mahama, which nobody can dispute indeed, is that we had a higher economic growth than our friends from the other side, that we had a higher per capita income than our friends. Agricultural sector, we grew better. Industrial sector, we grew better. We created more jobs than they created in their 8 years in office. Lower fiscal deficit. A primary balance is lower than our friends from the other side. And it goes on and on and on. But, Mr. Speaker, let me address one very important matter, which is the question of the size of government. And indeed, the President, when he addressed this House, made the claim that he had formed the leanest and most effective government in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that you can have 10 ministers, another government can have 20 ministers, and the government that has 20 ministers may have a smaller government machinery, a smaller government size than you who have 10 ministers. And I want to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's on record. The record is that the pegging or ranking of officials of the presidency are as follows, Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the Fourth Republican Dispensation. The Chief of Staff is pegged at the rank below the Speaker of Parliament, but above a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a senior presidential advisor is pegged at the level of a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. So a senior presidential advisor, by all intents and purposes, their salaries, emolument, conditions of service, is equivalent to a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a presidential advisor is pegged at the level of a cabinet minister who is not a member of Parliament. A presidential staffer is pegged at the level of a non-cabinet minister who is not a member of Parliament. And a presidential aide is pegged at the level of a deputy minister. These are the rankings since the inception of the Fourth Republican Dispensation. Mr. Speaker, so if you want to see the size of government and its bearing on the national exchequer, Mr. Speaker, don't just look at ministers and deputy ministers. Look at the government holistically. And Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that if you look at this government holistically, there are ministers, deputy ministers, senior presidential advisors, presidential staffers, presidential aides. President Mahama has formed, arguably one of the biggest or largest governments in the history of our country as it relates to the cost on the national exchequer. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? Take, for example, the President has appointed Dr. Valerie Sawyer as senior presidential advisor in charge of government affairs. Her rank is a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. So her salary, her emolument, conditions of service, everything to do with her office is at the same rank as a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, he's appointed a presidential advisor on economy, appointed presidential advisor for 24-hour economy, presidential advisor and special aide to the president, presidential advisor on national anti-corruption program, presidential advisor on diaspora affairs. Mr. Speaker, he goes on to appoint presidential advisor, presidential staffer, and special aide to the vice president, presidential staffer for Black Star Experience, and then presidential staffer for diaspora affairs. Mr. Speaker, then he goes ahead to appoint 5 policy advisors to the vice president. Mr. Speaker, he tells the country that he's appointed a minister in charge of agribusiness, and yet he's appointed director at the presidency in charge of agriculture and agribusiness. My good friend Peter Buama Otukono. Mr. Speaker, he says he will not appoint deputy regional ministers, and he appoints 16 presidential staffers in charge of the 16 regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that these presidential staffers in charge of the 16 regions of our country, in essence, as it relates to the cost on the national exchequer, are in fact, indeed, and in substance, deputy ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, he then appoints, Mr. Speaker, listen carefully, please. Mr. Speaker, he then appoints 1 presidential advisor on media, 4 directors of communication at the office of the president, 5 deputy directors of communication, 2 communication specialists, 5 technical communication assistants, 1 media aide, 1 assistant media liaison officer, 1 communications consultant. That's because I've done the mathematics, and I want to submit. That's because I've done the mathematics that I want to submit, and I do this not from a partisan lens, but I do this as somebody who had the privilege and honor to serve as Deputy Chief of Staff. I know how it works. In terms of the cost on the national exchequer, the President has appointed 100 ministers and deputy ministers. That's because the President has established a Ministry of Youth Development. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the House and my good friend, Honorable, I will tender all of this, Mr. Speaker. I will tender this. I will tender it. Mr. Speaker, but, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable James Agalga, my very good friend, has talked about how the MPP government terminated some appointments. Mr. Speaker, assuming without admitting that that even happened, shouldn't our governance move forward? Shouldn't we have good governance? And indeed, when we promise resetting, what does that mean? But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, may I refer the House, Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to Article 191 of our national constitution, which states, and I quote, "A member of the public services shall not be dismissed or removed from office or reduced in rank or otherwise punished without just cause," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we are building a nation, and there are hundreds and thousands of people out there who have lost their jobs. I think our friends from the other side, the Honorable James Agaga, should join us to appeal to the President, just as he took an oath, Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd schedule of our national constitution, where he said, and I quote, "to protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana," end quote. Article 191 is a provision of the Constitution of Ghana, and the President is enjoined to indeed defend and protect this provision of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the President, in the same schedule, swore an oath to do justice to all manner of persons. Some of these people whose appointments have been terminated, some are NDC members, Mr. Speaker. Some are MPP members. Some are non-partisan. Some don't even know what happens in politics. And yet, a president who says he'll be father for all has terminated the appointment. When President Mahama was leaving office, Mr. Speaker, he appointed Mr. Joseph Whittal as the Commissioner for Shraj. He appointed Joseph Nkrumah as Chairman of NCCE. On 23rd December 2016, he appointed Daniel Domevilo as Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, it is not Abu Jinapor,
member, conclude.
or it is not the minority. It's not the minority, Mr. Speaker, who is giving the president names. No, Mr. Speaker, when you go out there on the streets, it's the Ghanaian youth who are talking about that. That the president promised to create jobs, and yet he's come, and the talk on the street is that Mahama Bako terminations, baby. Mr. Speaker, and that is why they have named him. We haven't named him. The minority hasn't named him. They have named him Terminator #1. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we call on the President to rise up to the occasion, to jettison the promises, and Mr. Speaker, and honor his commitments of providing you for the Ghanaian people. What we heard on 27th was a message of lamentations and not a State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the attention.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Godfred Seidu Jasau.
With your indulgence, before Doctor comes in, the concluding part of the honourable member's contribution on the seeming duplication of appointment at the presidency, I think it's a very serious matter. And we as a Parliament of Ghana, as part of our oversight, have a responsibility to draw the attention of the presidency. As I think that our colleague must tender the document. He must tender the documents so that we can also ferry same to the presidency for them to take good notice of it.
Honourable member, I have listened to him carefully. He said if they want him to tender, he would tender. So if nobody requested, why would he tender the document? It's different from you saying that he wants to tender. So, honourable member, I think you are out of order. Honourable Godfred Seidu Jasau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before us today on thanking Mr. President on his message on the state of the nation. We are grateful to Mr. President for fulfilling his obligation under Article 67 and making himself available to this House and presenting that apt a message on the state of the country. Mr. Speaker, you would realize that Mr. President spent less time in talking about the record that he came to meet. Indeed, we are hoping that in coming days, the ministers of state of the various sectors will truly get us to understand what His Excellency the President inherited, so that at the end of his tenure, we'll be able to judge from where he took, what he has added on or subtracted. Then we'll be able to judge that sincerely Mr. President has moved this country forward or backward. I think that will be a fair request to make. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I have listened to some debates already, and I listened to my good brother who just concluded and sat down. There's one truth, that yes, he has 60 ministers. Indeed, he hasn't even got 60 ministers yet. And there's a government machinery, advisors, etc. that go on. And you know that the appointments made so far are not even up to 50. And so if you had a government machinery that was run by over 300 men, and today you have a president that has not appointed up to 50, there's no way you can compare these sizes. And so being a house of records, I think that we should be truthful to what the record really is. Mr. Speaker, in all these debates about the macroeconomic indicators, etc., there's one truth. Is it not true that the past government left this country with $721 billion Ghana cedis debt? Is it not true? That is true. Is it not true that President Mahama's government in 2017 left $250,000 in the sinking fund? That's true. $50 million in the sinking fund. It is true. Is it not true that when Akufo-Addo government was leaving, cocoa sector rose alone accrued a debt of 21 billion Ghana cedis? That's true. Again, is it not true that when the Akufo-Addo government was leaving power, it left a cocoa sector debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, and that by September, we will be due to pay 9 billion Ghana cedis out of that? Is it not true that production of cocoa actually reduced from the expected 850,000 metric tons to under 500,000 metric tons, and that we were not able to pay the forward sales of cocoa that we made to the tune of 333,000 metric tons that we are yet to pay and had to roll over, and that this year that payment is due. And that, things being equal, if the production remains under 500,000 metric tons, then it means that we will not even be able to sell any proper cocoa, any proper quantities of cocoa to rake in the needed revenue we need for this country. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these, catch the eye of the Speaker first, leader. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have these facts, this set of facts.
Honorable member, take it easy. Honorable
friend Doc, I was actually enjoying his debate, and then he made a point whether it is not true that under His Excellency Akufo-Addo's administration, cocoa production was under 500 metric tons. It's not true. What the truth is, we did not hit the 1 million tons as expected, but it was never under 500 metric tons. No. So specific. What?
So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, what was it?
So my point is.
What was it?
Speaker, the fact is that we. Are you listening? Will you listen? Are you listening? Speaker, it was 530 metric tons. That was it. That was, I'm spot on. So, Doug, who I respect, should just, navigate properly and stay on course. That one, Doug, you got it wrong. I beg you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity again. My leader, respected leader, is not right. He's not truthful. I've been in the Committee of Agric for the past 4 years, and so I'm endowed with the figures. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the actual production is 435,000 metric tons. That's what we recorded last year. So I'm just being generous and diplomatic by saying under 500,000 metric tons. And we had a bill out of it of 330,000, in fact, 333,000 metric tons to pay, which we couldn't pay. And it has been rolled over for this year. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that we had an energy sector debt of 68 billion? That's true. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the ESLA collections from the energy sector amounted to about some $44 billion Ghana cedis, and yet we have a debt of 68 to pay? These are facts. And Mr. Speaker, is it not also true that in 2017, the exchange rate of cedi to dollar was $1 to 4.2 Ghana cedis, and that today, as at the time President Akufo-Addo was leaving office, it was almost $1 to 16 Ghana cedis. Be conservative if you even want to say 15. But these are the facts of the economic indices. And so let's not pretend that we can use macroeconomic jargons to bamboozle the people that we represent. This is the state of the economy. Let's admit to it and see how we can all speak to the script of resetting this country. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that excited me about His Excellency's message, which I think we must all avert ourselves to, again, is that let's be conscious of this fact, which is that in the last 8 years, this country actually spent, in 7 years actually spent 3 billion Ghana cedis, ring-fencing it to a flagship program in the Ministry of Agriculture called Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, we spent this money, yet year in, year out, inflation of this country has continued to go up, and a chunk of the reason for the country's inflation has always been food price inflation. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, having spent this quantum of money, when last year we had just 7 weeks of drought, Mr. Speaker, all our vulnerabilities was exposed. We were running helter-skelter. We didn't have food stocks. We didn't have any buffers. Our production was on its knees. The Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance was panicking, trying to import food into our country. Mr. Speaker, this state of affairs is not positive for our country. That is why I was excited listening to Mr. President outline a number of programs that he intends to roll out to revolutionize the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the President announced the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, which for me is the game changer. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite my colleagues that let's not mock at the program. From what we have gone through as a country, I think that this agenda that Mr. President is proposing is something that we should all subscribe to. In that program, he has two major components that excite me. One of them is the Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, under the Feed Ghana program, he is focusing also on grain development. This grain development is not just the production of the grain, but also situating them in agroeconomic enclaves where we will have real production in high volumes. That will not just leave it at production, but there will be supplementary agro-processing of these produce in ways that will allow us to add value to what we produce. Mr. Speaker, because of what is happening globally, you have just read in the news a few days ago that Burkina Faso has issued an ultimatum, in fact, a ban on grain export from Burkina Faso to neighboring countries.
Member, conclude.
Oh, really? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this should tell you that there's a lot of challenge and there's a lot of introspection that we have to do as a country. And so let's work hard in supporting the President's agenda on agricultural transformation for this country. Let's look at the Feed the Ghana program, feed industry program, and I'm particularly excited that the emphasis is on youth and agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the budget where we will have numbers tied to this program and we can come back with an appropriate debate for the various sectors. I thank you very much for the opportunity and I thank Mr. President for giving us that message of hope in his State of the Nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Asensu Boachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion in thanking the President for delivering his message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I personally thought the speech, the message was well delivered, especially with the aid of a teleprompter. When the President was making his presentation, I was telling my colleague that the President will look good on the screens because it will appear as if he's was speaking extempore, but he wasn't. Later, Honorable Adongo, I heard him on TV saying that the President spoke extempore. I'm sure my senior was not too familiar with the use of teleprompter. But, Mr. Speaker, much as the President's presentation was well delivered, the content was associated with lamentations, contradictions, mischief, misrepresentation of facts and issues, and a flawed narrative of urban roads, poor urban roads network in our country. The Speaker, I said that the content was associated with lamentation because the President lamented the state of road sector debt, as if spending on infrastructure is a crime. Mr. Speaker, taking on debt is a critical part of managing an economy and even business. Those of us who run our small business, we encounter debt. You can ask the big industrialists in our country, the big businessmen in our country, the Kwame Despite, the Zoom Lions, the Ibrahim Mohammeds. You can say that they are all involved in some debt one way or the other. I submit, Mr. Speaker, that debt is not a bad thing. It depends on what you use the debt for. If you spend on infrastructure, you are helping with the development of the country. Mr. Speaker, many advanced countries, all advanced countries, sustain various levels of infrastructure debt because they recognize that infrastructure is a necessary condition for development. Right from the outset, the Akufo-Addo administration made infrastructure provision, especially road infrastructure, highways, bridges, and interchanges, as a necessary condition for our development takeoff. And therefore, we invested a lot in infrastructure, road infrastructure, because we know the importance of road infrastructure in ensuring efficiency, promoting and ensuring productivity, production, increasing trade, and what have you. Mr. President, in the 1950s, Mr. Speaker, in the 1950s, one of the critical interventions the United States made in their effort to develop their country is to embark on interstate highway projects, connecting the various states in the U.S. with highways, dual carriage highways. And that transformed their economy. In fact, studies have shown that with road infrastructure, especially highways, when you invest $1, you make economic returns of $6. That is 600%. That tells you the importance of infrastructure. So when you build roads and you incur debt, it's not a bad thing. Over time, you recoup it, and it will help in the development of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that successful infrastructure investments pay for itself. So it was quite surprising that the president framed a road sector debt as a failure, instead of recognizing it as a necessary investment for national economic development. And indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, after that, every government comes, you incur some debt because you embark on development. When the Akufo-Addo administration assumed office, we experienced substantial debt across multiple sectors, especially the road sector and the energy sector. That notwithstanding, the debt that we encountered in the road sector, the MPP administration embarked on an unprecedented expansion of the road network nationwide. In spite of the debt that we encountered, the energy debt that we encountered in the energy sector, the legacy debt that we encountered, we were able to ensure a sustained energy supply for 8 years, something that our predecessors couldn't do. So, Mr. Speaker, debt is not bad. It depends on how you use it, and we use it for infrastructure development, which is a necessary condition for development. Mr. Speaker, the president's speech also was characterized by contradictions, because I heard Mr. President laying a good basis, good foundation, why road infrastructure is very important for our country. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the State of the Nation address. It says, Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across the country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihoods of countless Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the president was right. As a planner, I understand the importance of transport infrastructure, especially roads. But what I don't understand is that the president was making a case for road infrastructure, was lamenting, was bemoaning the spending we had made in road infrastructure. Is it not contradictory? Is it not paradoxical? It is a clear contradiction of the presentation by Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, the President's speech was also associated with mischief, distortion, and misrepresentation of facts. Why do I say so? It is an undeniable fact that the Akufo-Addo administration embarked on road works in Ghana between 2017 and June 2024 of the volume of 30 kilometers, 13,624 kilometers. This is the road works that the MPP administration embarked on. Whilst at the same period of 8 years, the NDC embarked on 4,636. Mr. Speaker, the problem is when the President sought to twist the facts.
Honourable member, conclude.
The problem is when the President, the President sought to twist the facts in a desperate attempt to diminish our unparalleled record in achievement, to say that the 13,624 kilometers of roads were all brand new roads. We didn't say that. That is a desperate attempt, mischievous attempt to distort the truth. What we said was that out of that 13,624 kilometers, it involved asphalt overlays, construction, it involved graveling and regraveling.
Honourable member, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable Kwame Govins Agboja. Honourable members, take note. When the clerk stood up to me, it means your time is up. Then I would inform you to conclude. Thank you, Honourable Kwame Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to...
You were giving signal. You have 1 minute to conclude. If we can go by that, I'm sure it will be helpful, so that the speakers will be guided.
Honourable Kwame Agboja, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to thank the President for delivering on his constitutional mandate and telling us about the state of Ghana today. And I will just limit myself to some of the comments made by my very good friend, the former Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, if I hear him well, he agrees with President Mahama as to why we should invest in roads. President Mahama's comment about the debt is such that if the over 700 billion debt we have, the component that was used on roads actually amounted to roads in our neighborhoods, nobody will comment. The difference here is that whilst your government in 2017 lamented about road sector debt or commitment of 17 billion, today, and then in fact, out of that, we can show you interchanges in Accra and elsewhere. Today, you are leaving us a commitment of over 105 billion and very little to show for it. That is the difference. Two, you complained about certificate unpaid 3.5 billion when you saw a road project completed. Yet today, you are leaving us with a debt unpaid of over 20 billion Ghana cedi. Where is the 20 billion cedis worth of roads?
Honourable Minister for Road, let me recognize Honourable former Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet on point of information. the Honorable Roads Minister is saying that we showed very little for the spending that we made in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, in terms of interchange alone, whilst in 8 years, it's not for you to decide. It's not for you to decide. Sit down for him to decide. Are you the speaker? Are you the speaker? You are not the speaker.
Honorable members, order.
The speaker.
Honorable member, does he need the information from you?
Yes, I think the nation and the House needs this information. You are not the speaker. You are not the speaker.
Honorable former Minister for Roads and Highways, candidate, resume your seat. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you have the floor. Honorable former Minister, off your microphone.
Mr. Speaker, it is very surprising sometimes when they talk. Pokwas interchange, which was approved in this House, financing everything secured, they wake up and say that it's a project that should be attributed to them. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that if the 20 billion we are saddled with today was equated to road projects in our communities, we wouldn't have had a situation where for the first day, 12 of our colleagues from the other side will be asking me questions as to when roads in their communities will be constructed. Mr. Speaker, 2, the president also talked, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo, I was here, Mr. Speaker, I was in this chamber on the other side when President Akufo-Addo stood here and said, and then was doing like this. We built 10,800 kilometers of new roads. Mr. Speaker, I was courageous enough to, yes, he said it, 10,800 kilometers of new roads. Mr. Speaker, I was courageous enough to take him on. The ministry, in fact, my current PRO of the ministry, who is a good friend of mine, issued a statement against me today. Later, they rationalized and said that the 10,800 kilometers, including pothole patching and other things. Today, my colleague from Walewale stood and then made the same statement that they built 13,000 kilometers of road. Now he's rationalizing it and say that it includes grading and regraveling. Now, at least he's been at the ministry. He knows that that level of presentation or misrepresentation by his government was needless. Because we never report road conditions like that. We never report and say that I built this, we say that feeder road, trunk road, this is what we did. My brother, look, you are going to spend you are going to spend 4 years in opposition. You have enough time to talk. Don't worry about that. Mr. Speaker,
we listen to you in silence, so have the courtesy to listen to others similarly.
Under my colleagues' stewardship, almost 100% of the project awarded were sole sourced. Oh, he said sole source. This government have even set up Ministry of Procurement to say that they will not do that. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you on record, part of the reason we are saddled with over 105 billion is that they were just throwing contracts here and there without any proper planning. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are committed that we would improve the level by which we prepare projects for awards. So if you want to know, the difference here is that we are not in a rush to do the wrong things. President Mahama admits and acknowledges the importance of roads. You don't. You thought roads were about politics. That is why from July last year to December, check your record what you did at that ministry. You were just awarding projects, even some of them don't even have contracts. Mr. Speaker, I am now saddled with people walking to me that I've been asked to go on this road and start a project. I want you to ratify it. And I said that I will not do that yet. Mr. Speaker, I tell them I will not do that yet. I have asked people to go to site and start work without any contract. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the sad, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think my former respected colleague, my former respected minister, just left the ministry. What he did is on record there. He should not get too much agitated. More will come out. Your record at the ministry, in terms of how you manage the ministry, to the extent that, are you happy to leave me a burden of 105 billion Ghana cedi debt? And then you tell me, how was it possible? How was it possible? Listen, honorable.
Honorable Asensu Boachi, your conduct is becoming disorderly. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I have enough time to bring the details of the challenges we have on the road sector. It is for no reason that even on Friday, I'll be here answering questions about roads. And my former colleague, Honorable Amakwata, to be honest, did very well. And I hope I will be able to emulate that in terms of commitment to answering questions. I hope you did as much as that when you took over. No, because you see, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague was speaking, he said many things I disagreed with. I wasn't sitting in my chair ranting. Let me just tell him, I tell no lie about the road sector. And let me tell him that he served at the ministry before I went there. But I am more detailed and in-depth with that ministry more than him. Even after he said, I will never come here. Yes, I will never come here and make any false statement. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
I am saying that he said,
Honorable Minister for Roads, the aspect of you having more in-depth knowledge about roads than him, I will order that be expunged from the records. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. Honorable Stephen Amwa, your conduct is disorderly. Your conduct is very disorderly.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Whip, I will recognize you if it is not in respect of what I asked that it be expunged. But if it is in respect of what I directed to be expunged from the record, then I will rule you out of order.
Speaker, I will not challenge your powers to rule me out of order. I mean, in this House, the interpretation of the rules is in your bosom. I'm only seeking to help the House and your good self for us to navigate in peace and in proper conduct. Speaker, we in leadership have an inherent responsibility to help you steer affairs and guide the House. Speaker, at this point, I think my colleague, the Honorable Minister, the former ministers and former Minister for Roads and the current minister should just take it cool. Some of the comments, and Speaker, you rightly said that it should be expunged. It's getting a bit personal. This is an intellectual exercise. Let's find a way of debating without going personal. Speaker, it's important we debate without going personal. So I just want to appeal to my colleague, the Honorable Minister. It should calm down, we should reduce the emotions and have a good debate. But let me commend you on your ruling that that commentary should be expunged from the records. So, Honorable Minister, take it cool and make your point.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague. I hoped when my colleague, the former minister, was feeling uneasy behind you, you should have told him that when he was speaking, I was quiet, though I didn't agree with everything. Mr. Speaker, in this House, when it comes to issues of law, I can easily defer to everybody who is a lawyer, because I'm not a lawyer. So if a lawyer, in fact, the minority leader often says, when it's about law, listen to me. And we do. I've served on the committee longer. All I'm saying is that I will not say he was making some comment. I said, I will not make any comment here which is personal to him. I'm speaking to fact. So my comment has nothing to do with him personal, that he's been a minister, he didn't understand. That is not what I meant. But if you say it should be expunged, I agree. But let me repeat that the comments I make here about the road sector, and then because he used the word that the president was not factual, was not, I listened to all of it. President, listen, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, of road project in this country, is it not a fact that you left over 50 billion of roadworks at fund, so that the accruals will go directly to the maintenance of roads in our country? Mr. Speaker, this is a very critical part of what we expect.
Minister, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying that on record, it is true that if you check the record today, a lot of road projects have been awarded under the NPP. Some of them have actually, that is not even included in the 105 billion. And two, Mr. Speaker, it is frightening to know that the government basically threw away the Public Procurement Act and almost 100% awarded almost all projects on sole sourcing. And that doesn't give value to the road projects we have. So, Mr. Speaker, we will do better. We will do better. President Mahama is committed to completing all road projects that have been started as and when the fiscal space allows us to do so.
Honourable Minister, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now give the floor to Honourable Isaac Opoku, Dr. Isaac Opoku. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute on the motion on the floor. Speaker, I want us to settle the debate on what His Excellency presented to this House, whether it was the State of the Nation address, SONA, or projections of the nation address, PONA, or State of Lamentation address, SOLA. So at the end of the debate, Speaker, I want us to settle on that issue, whether it is SONA or PONA or SOLA. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency made a very profound statement. Speaker, he said, students are being well fed today. And Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to hear that. Indeed, it is true. that students are being well fed today. But the question I ask Mr. President is that he has been in office for just 2 months. So where did he find the food to feed the students? When did he plant and when did he harvest? Is it reincarnation of Okomfanoche, who could plant and harvest the same day? Mr. Speaker, indeed, students are well fed today because the planting for food and jobs was overwhelmingly successful. Speaker, students are well fed today because now we have more extension officers educating our farmers in the field. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the extension officer to farmer ratio was 1 to 1,500. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the ratio has been reduced to 1 extension officer to 746 farmers. Mr. Speaker, farmers are well fed today because the drudgery in farming has been drastically reduced. Speaker, in 2024, $188 tractors, 150 power tillers, 96 maize shellers, 23 unit combined harvesters, 96 rice millers were distributed to farmers to reduce the drudgery in farming. Mr. Speaker, the farmers, the students to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the students are well fed today because today Mr. Speaker, today students are well fed because we have 12 coastal fish landing sites completed. We have 1 at Azim, 1 at Diskoff, 1 at Mori, 1 at Manford, 1 at Winneba, 1 at Senyabreku, 1 at Gomwafete, 1 at Otiam, 1 at Mfanseman, 1 at Teshi, 1 at Osu, and 1 at Keta. Mr. Speaker, today students are well fed because His Excellency the President decided to ignore all the monumental achievements. Mr. Speaker,
In the same handing over notes, Cocoa Board indicated that in 2020-2021, Cocoa Board achieved historic cocoa production. 2020-2021, Cocoa Board achieved 1,445,385 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, that is the highest production ever in this country. It has never happened in the annals of this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the producer price of cocoa is 49,600 per ton, as against 6,800 per ton in 2016. Mr. Speaker, today a farmer sells a bag of cocoa at 3,100 and is able to buy 31 bags of cement today. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and their counterparts in Cote d'Ivoire, they negotiated with the international buyers, and today farmers are receiving $400 per ton for every ton of cocoa they sell on the international market. This is what they call the living income differential, and yet the president didn't find this necessary to capture in his State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, what is also important for us to note is that today, Cocoa Board is not looking for purchase of cocoa. Cocoa Board has developed cocoa. Mr. Speaker, the president indicated that Cocoa Board owns 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. What the president failed to do was to give a breakdown of the loan. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if the president loan inherited from the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, the 32.5 billion included agrochemicals and fertilizers Cocoa Board bought for Cocoa Board, and indeed they have started distributing the agrochemicals and fertilizers for this season. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board borrowed money from the AFDB to finance the rehabilitation and the cocoa swollen shoot virus disease control. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, between 2014 and 2016, Cocoa Board abandoned the control of swollen shoot and left that control. Speaker, now let me talk a little bit about Speaker, in conclusion, farmers are asking His Excellency the President, when will farmers begin to receive the 70% of the producer price of the world market that they promised?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Opoku. Honorable member, it's now the turn of Honorable Asarobin.
10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that the mic doesn't want me to speak. Don't worry, don't worry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I also want to thank the President for coming.
You have 10 minutes.
Coming to the House to fulfill his constitutional mandate. I've heard a lot of my colleagues say that the President came to lament, and I think that even if the President came to lament, he only came to continue the lamentation of the previous government, where we had, because of the state of the nation that they were in and what they envisaged. It was not just the members of parliament who were lamenting. The people of Ghana, in their lamentation, gave them the worst result in any election in the history of the Fourth Republic. And so in this address, there were two takeaways that I would focus on, and that's the 24-hour economy and Nkoko Nkete. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of my colleagues say that how are we going to create jobs through 24 hours and Nkoko Nkete. In fact, it was on the day of the SONA that I even realized that 24 hours and Nkoko Nkete. You can't hear, please pay attention. I'm teaching you Agric. I'm going to teach you Agric, and I will beg you to please listen carefully. It was on that day that the President told us that 55,000 homes were going to benefit from Nkoko Nkete. Mr. Speaker, Ghana imports about $300 million of poultry every year. Our national demand is about 400,000 metric tons every year. In fact, we produce only about 57,000 tons a year. Importation is about 270,000 metric tons a year. And the President, in his wisdom, has noticed that if 100 districts put together 500 beds for 5,000 homes, we will be making about 55,000 homes, raising 500 beds, a total of about 27,000 beds per cycle. And when I say cycle, I mean when you are raising broilers, from day old, that's what we call DOCs, to week 7, you complete one cycle. And so the President came and told us that in a cycle, 55,000 homes can raise 500 beds each. Mr. Speaker, this will help reduce dependency on importation. It will strengthen our food security. It will create opportunities. It will create jobs. And it will help the youth enter into agriculture. Mr. Speaker, how will this work? And how are we going to make money from Nkoko Nkete? How will this work, and how are we going to make money from Nkoko Nkete? It costs about 71 cedis to raise a bed from day 1 to 3 kilos. To raise a bed to 3 kilos, you need to give it about 4.5 kilos of feed. Every 1 kilo of feed it eats again, 1.5 kilo of feed it eats against about 1 kilo weight. And therefore, before it gets to 3 kilos, you have to feed it with about 4.5 kilos of feed. This means that we have to produce a lot of maize to feed these birds, because in every kilo of feed that you feed a bird, about 60% is made up of maize, which is up to about 2.7 kilos of every 4.5 kilos of feed that you give to one bird. And so our poultry farmers, our maize farmers, this is good news that the President has given to us. According to the President, we are going to grow a lot of maize to feed a lot of birds. Mr. Speaker, apart from maize that we are going to grow to feed birds, we are also going to make a lot of manure. Ghana imports so much fertilizer. In 2023 alone, we imported over $200 million worth of fertilizer. And therefore, under the Nkukon Ketinketi program, we are going to get a lot of manure. In fact, every bed, and these ones are fact, every bed that you raise at 3 kilos produces about between 2 to 4 kilos of droppings in a lifetime. And this is what we call fresh manure. And when I say fresh manure, I'm talking about 70% water and 75% water, 25% dry manure. And so, under this program, in Nkukon Ketinketi, we are going to be able to produce manure here in Ghana, locally. If you, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and give you how much residue you make per acre when you grow maize and mix it with the chicken intestines and all to give you a certain tonnage of fertilizer every year. And this is what the president is telling us that we are going to do. Apart from that, the president is looking at putting money directly in the pockets of every household through this program. When you raise a bird, we sell it at what is called carcass weight. Carcass weight is 2.5 kilos per broiler. The weight is 3 kilos, but when you remove the feathers and the intestine and all of that, it will be left with what we call carcass weight. At a carcass weight of about 3 kilos, you can sell it for 90 Ghana cedis. When you subtract the 71 cedis needed to raise the bed, it will be left with about 19 Ghana cedis. Multiply by 500 beds every year. Every household under this program will be making about 9,500 every 7 to 8 weeks. This is putting direct money in the pockets of the people who voted this government to power. Apart from that, to be able to feed, apart from that, if every household employs 2 people to take care of 500 beds per cycle, what it means is that directly we are employing 110,000 people in 100 districts under this program. This does not include the retailers, the wholesalers, and many others. In fact, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, just wind up.
Mr. Speaker, chicken feet, akoko 9, chicken feet is a huge delicacy in China. Akoko 9. In 2023 alone, China imported over $5 billion worth of chicken feet. And so no part of the chicken goes waste. And this is what was known as the cottage industry. Giving households beds, giving them medication, giving them feed, letting them raise the bed and buy them back from the farmers for slaughter. Mr. Speaker, we will need feed mills, we will need processing plants, we will need fertilizer processing plants, And all of these will go a long way to employ a lot of young people.
Thank you.
Akoko Nketenkete, the 24-hour national broiler project is a brilliant idea by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now turn to Swami. Honorable John Darko, 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to contribute to thank the President for delivering his State of the Nation address to the people of Ghana through this House, pursuant to Article 67 of the Constitution 1992. Mr. Speaker, since 1993, every president has used the opportunity to present the State of the Nation address to, as it were, give us specific actions and solutions to some problems they have seen. Indeed, the former President J. John Rawlings, in his State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker, at that faithful day listed some of the major laws which, in his view, we needed to put the country on the right footing. So in his State of the Nation address, we saw the Forestry Commission Act, the Media Commission Act, Minerals Commission Act, Shrine and District Assembly Common Fund Act being established in Mr. Rawlings' State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, in President John Agyekum Kufuor's State of the Nation address delivered on the 15th of February 2001, the President identified two major things. He spoke about the Job 600 and then spoke about the fact that we as a country needed to move the presidency from the castle. By the time he finished, we had the Jubilee House, and then the Job 600 is done. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in his State of the Nation address, delivered in 2017, Mr. Speaker, also mentioned major flagship programs, one of them being the free SHS policy. He used that, and Mr. Speaker, at the end of his presidency, the country had seen the free SHS and its impact on our people. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency, the President of the Republic now came to this House to address us, what did we see? What we heard from His Excellency, the President, was just lamentations after lamentations after lamentations. He did not proffer any solution to any of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that he actually enumerated. Mr. Speaker, one of the main issues we all know we have in this country was the issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the Joy FM's latest report is here by Erastus Asaridonko. Mr. Speaker, he says the article reads, NDC officials resist seizure of Galamsey equipment as government team faces hostile reaction. Mr. Speaker, the President came here knowing very well that Galamsey was a problem, but he did not proffer any solution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the State of the Nation address, what did Mr. President say about the Galamsey? Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the chair, I will quote. He said, to combat this urgent crisis, we are implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement meaningful stakeholder engagement and creation of alternative livelihood program. So I'm asking myself, what does this mean? What does this mean? This man is every day engaging in stakeholder engagement without solution. As a country, we are looking for solution. We are not looking for stakeholder engagement. What the president is doing, he's telling us that he's engaging in stakeholder engagement. He is saying that he's going to engage in impartial law enforcement. Look at this. Impartial law enforcement. Joy FM is reporting that NDC officials are right now in the bush. They are in the forest reserves. Why is the president not dealing with them? He talks about impartial implementation of law. Why is he not going after them? Why is he not going after them? The president came here to put words together without meaning any of them. Galamsey is destroying this country, and Mr. President, when he came here, he had the opportunity to proffer solution as to how this to be done. He did not. Mr. Speaker, people who are perceived to be NDC people, they are right now in the bush. They are in the forest reserves. Mr. Speaker, when the president had the opportunity to address this house, he says, and I quote, that we will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into
Honorable
small, medium, and large scale.
Honorable John Dakon, hold on. Honorable Mutala, please, you are a minister. Don't give me the opportunity, please. Yes, Honorable Leader. Leader.
I think the speaker, honorable member, made reference to NDC members being in the bush, purportedly engaged in Galamsey activities. I think that you need to be specific if there's an incident and it's an isolated incident involving one person or two persons at a particular location. It is no basis for you to stand in this chamber and say that NDC people, I think that is not appropriate. And so he should withdraw that and continue with his debate. He was doing well until he got to that point. So he should continue doing well by just withdrawing that.
Honorable members, yesterday I understand that the rules you set up for the debate was non-interjections. Yes, and that was yesterday, and to apply today. So I gave the opportunity to leader, but please let's allow ourselves to get the debate flow, so that we can also finish on time and do other things. We have other things to do. So leader, please, I beg of you.
I do agree with you. That is the spirit in which the debate is being conducted.
Yes.
Just that we should be a bit careful not to malign an entire group. I ordinarily will not do this. But when you say the NDC people, you are maligning an entire group, and it won't be fair for us to let that pass.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I can assure our leader that he shouldn't be afraid. He shouldn't be afraid. We are not out to malign the entire group. But the Honorable John Darko is a man of integrity, and he will provide the better particulars. So the leader should just be relaxed. Yes, he will provide better.
So you are going to provide better particulars, but please, then be guarded. Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And Leader of the House, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I actually quoted from Joy FM report. You were here when one of my colleagues quoted from GhanaWeb, and so I believe that it is allowed. My Lord, the Joy FM report says NDC officials equipment as government team faces hostile reaction. And so I am quoting this from the Joy FM report by Erastus Asaredonko. NDC officials, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tender it. I can read the report to the House, and the report shows clearly that the NDC officials are the people engaging in this galamsey. I'm willing to tender this in as evidence. Mr. Speaker, again, we know GhanaWeb, the GhanaWeb report, our Wind Traditional Council accuses NDC
Honorable member, Honorable member,
and Wind Forest with galamsey.
Honorable member, hold on. Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we just cautioned him to be careful about generalizing and then misrepresenting an entire group. Now, you see, a journalist writes about somebody resisting the seizure of an equipment. There's a difference between resisting seizure of an equipment and actually engaging in mining. What is galamsey equipment? What is galamsey equipment? What is galamsey equipment? What is galamsey equipment? I'm saying that resisting the seizure of the equipment, even if it's galamsey equipment, resisting the seizure of the equipment is not the same thing as engaging yourself in mining, or illegal mining. So I just want you to be factual. What are the facts? Stick to the facts. And then you don't conclude by saying that the NDC people are the ones engaging galamsey activities.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Speaker, you earlier advised our colleague, Honorable Mutala. He's a very good friend. I heard him make a very damning comment. I wouldn't want to repeat what he said. Speaker, he should know that we are all guided by your directives. He just made a statement. We all heard it here. I don't want to repeat that. Allah should be guided. Speaker, you had already advised him. He should be guided accordingly. He should be guided.
Personally, I didn't hear anything.
So, Mr. Speaker, he needs to tell me what I have said. I think that if he's feeling very bored and he wants to talk, repeat it. I challenge.
Honorable Mutala, please.
I challenge you to repeat it.
Honorable Mutala, please. Put off your mind. Yes, Honorable John Darko, let's conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Joy FM report clearly says that a government, if I may read, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, a government advisory team on fact-finding mission to assess the impact of illegal mining faced stiff resistance in parts of the western and central region as they immobilized and seized equipment. The operation aimed at curbing environmental destruction sparked angry reactions from illegal miners and some officials of the governing NDC party. That is what happened. This is the FM report. Mr. Speaker, I also quote a report. Mr. Speaker, I also quote a report from GhanaWeb, where the report clearly says that our Win Traditional Council accuses NDC MP of ravaging Tano and Ria Forest with Galamsey. NDC MPs engaged the president didn't find anywhere in his speech to condemn that. Mr. Speaker, the president also said, as part of his fight against Galamsey, that he will establish framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large-scale operations. I was shocked to read that from the president. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we have it right now, the mining activities, they are divided into two, small-scale and large-scale. So when the president says he's now going to categorize them into small-scale, medium-scale, and large-scale, what is he talking about? The Mining Act is very clear. So it's the president telling us that by creating a medium-scale mining, that is how he's going to fight.
Honorable John Dako, please wind up, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, they've been taking my time. Mr. Speaker, I haven't done anything.
Honorable members, I don't have time here. It's the clerk at table who are managing the time. He just tell me you have 1 minute, so that's why I'm asking you to wind up. Please.
Mr. Speaker,
they have deducted all the interjections. They just told me you have 1 minute. Please, just
on our forest cover loss, the president said he will launch Tree for Life restoration policy and blue water initiative. When I read this, I thought I was going to get some timelines from the president. The president writes it, there is no timeline. How the president didn't tell us which projects are these.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Speaker.
John, thank you very much.
I thank you very much for
thank you, John.
This is so sad, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, John. Thank you, John. Now let's listen to Honorable Chumesi Ampofu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. 10 minutes. It starts now.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think home sweet home. Therefore, it's important for every government to put proper policies and measures in place to stabilize its economy, to enable its people or citizens to feel home, to feel at home. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of youth or a lot of people who want to travel outside. But if we are able to stabilize the economy, put proper measures in place, make more policies, and then have more jobs in the country, our citizens will not go outside. They would like to be at home and then working and feel free. Mr. Speaker, dollar to cedi is 17 Ghana cedis. Now it has come to dollar to 15. Mr. Speaker, the T-bill or the treasury bill at that time was about 29%. Now it's 20%, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, that tells how confidence Ghanaians have in President Mahama administration. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we need to applaud President Mahama. President Mahama has promised that he's going to make sure he will bring more employment. Mr. Speaker, unemployment youth poses a threat to this nation. Therefore, it's important for we leaders of this country make good policies and then make sure we put more measures for us to bring more jobs to our youth. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has promised to make agri very attractive in this country for our youth to benefit. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has promised that he's going to make accessible to mechanization, which will help because without mechanization, we can't do more. During President Nana Akufo-Addo's time, we heard of one village, one dime. At the end of the day, we didn't see any dime anywhere, Mr. Speaker. So this is a good promise. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has also promised that he's going to make sure there's going to be quality seeds to be supplied to the youth so that we can plant them and get more food within the country. Mr. Speaker, he has also promised that he's going to supply fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, we're all here when fertilizers were going outside the country at the back of camels in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think this must stop. We are doing our own, we are harming ourselves. Mr. Speaker, he's also going to support he's going to give financial support to the farmers to enable farming attractive for the youth to come on board. Ghana is a great country. Therefore, if we're able to put more finance or give support there, it will help us and then grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, is also going to make sure he provides extension officers. The Speaker, is important because most farmers, they need these extension officers to guide them, to support them, to educate them so that they can come out with proper farming to feed this country without hassle. The Speaker is also going to make sure we have farm centers. Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are a lot of youth who want to farm, but sometimes they find it difficult to get this land. Some go ahead or go along to rent a land before they can farm. Therefore, if every district, as President Mahama promised, able to get these farm centers to help our youth, Mr. Speaker, I think it will go a long way to bring down this unemployment issue. Mr. Speaker, let me also tackle on artisans issue. Mr. President, or His Excellency President Mahama has also promised that he's going to support the artisans. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we know that these artisans help a lot. They do a lot in this country to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, this artisan that we are talking about, when they have their skills or when they are very good at work, when they finish their work, they do more. They don't rely on government to get job. They are themselves self-employed. They are dependent. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's important for government or President Mahama to support these artisans. Mr. Speaker, these artisans, there are many. We have masons, we have tilers, we have those who do POP, we have carpenters, steel benders, electricians, and all that. So when they give financial support, when they get this financial support, and Mr. Mahama, President Mahama has also promised that he's going to give them free technical and vocational training. It's going to also provide them with financial support. And this will go a long way to help them to get their jobs. And then the economy will move on. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to hear from the President Mahama in the State of the Nation address that is going to address teacher Dabra's issue. Mr. Speaker, the accommodation of teachers at various places is very challenging. If you come to my constituency, Sena West, there are a lot of villages or rural areas. Mr. Speaker, when you post teachers there,
I'm just going to tell you to wind up. So you,
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, or in winding up, these teachers find it difficult to get accommodation. It's a very challenging area, underserved area. Therefore, when this teachers' accommodation come on board, it will help them so that they will go there and then education will be quality for everybody, for each and everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for these few words.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me listen to the leader of the House before we continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence to grant leave for us to vary the order of business so that the first Deputy Speaker can lay the report itemized number 1 on the order paper addendum that has just been distributed.
Well, minority leadership.
Speaker, the leader is seeking the leave of the House to vary order of business and to lay a paper. No problem.
Honourable members, leave granted. First Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
13th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as Deputy Ministers.
Honourable members, the report has been duly laid. They are to be distributed to honourable members. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, with the same leave, may I move the motion for the 12th report? No, not 13, the 12th.
Should we hold on with the debate? Honourable members, Chairman of the committee, let me take one, then we take your report.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, the leader made an appeal to lay, and I thought we'll limit ourselves to the laying, and then we'll revert back to finish the debate, and then we could come and take the motion duly. So let's limit ourselves to the laying for now.
We finished with the laying?
Yes, but with respect to First Deputy, I think he wanted to move the motion.
Anyway, we are left with two. We are left with Kwabena Ochedakon and Stephen Amoa.
Speaker, with respect to you, it's not entirely true. At the conclave, we agreed. That was why we reduced the time allocated earlier from 50 minutes to 10 minutes. So the agreement at conclave was that we'll get 9 on each side to speak. Honourable, my colleague will bear me out. That was the agreement. So Speaker, it cannot be 2. There are more than 2. 9. It was 9. Well, we can add on. We have 9 there, but we can add on. So we still have more to do.
So, leadership, are we to continue the debate?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I believe today the debate will continue, and it may not end today. It will take us to Friday. So that is why I was with a view that if you could take the committee's report, then the rest of the period is for the debate, so that as many as we are able to take, then we take that particular number. We may even go beyond the 10 if the time will allow us.
So, Minority Chief Whip, can I use my discretion to take 2 more from each side, then I take the report?
So that, just to remind my leader that his backyard doesn't look too good. So he shouldn't look too confident because his backyard is not too strong.
So let me now invite Honorable Kwabena Ochedako. So, Chairman of the Appointment Committee, please, I'll give you time. Let me take 2, then I'll come to you. Yes, Honorable Kwabena Ochedako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice to the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the report or the President's speech is not numbered, but it says that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as far as the record shows, when it comes to President John Dramani Mahama, we know that the facts do not speak to his efforts. Mr. Speaker, GDP growth rate during his time was 3.4. We did 6.4. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about gross public debt to GDP, he did 73%, whilst we did 72%. That shows the efficiency of the loans we have borrowed in generating or benefiting the economy. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trade balance, we did a positive 5.9%, whilst President John Mahama in 2016 did a negative 1.8%. So clearly, the record of President Mahama shows that he just can't do this job. It is for this same reason that he tries to hide behind the sinking fund phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, the act supporting the sinking fund is not compulsory. If you take the Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921, it says in section 37(1) that the minister may create a sinking fund. So no minister is compelled under any circumstance to create and use a sinking fund. And therefore, the use of the accounts mean to provide for the payment of buffers during the Nanado's regime was in the right order. Mr. Speaker, if you also take the President's speech on energy, he had made it categorically clear that there was a contract between ECG and Enclave Power. Mr. Speaker, there is no contract as such. It is between VRA, rather, and Enclave Energy. And therefore, you cannot use that as a pilot to do more of such operations in the districts and in the communities. Mr. Speaker, one area that interested me was in the area about the petroleum sector, linking it to the city of Sekondi Takoradi and the Western region. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the President said, and I quote, "Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production shrinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from high opacity levels, a hostile business climate, and excessive political interference, culminating in most major oil companies exiting and stalling upstream activities." This is entirely wrong. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that ever since the world started shifting towards the energy transition, the world has not been putting up the capital to finance investments in crude. And therefore, for the President to be alluding to excessive political interference in this area is just not correct and it's wrong. Mr. Speaker, the decline in upstream activities, the President continues. It's obvious to any person familiar with the Twin City of Sekeni Takrady. Just under a decade ago, the Twin City were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activities associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals major shutdown facilities and many businesses that have packed and left. Mr. President knows exactly that even the OECD countries were not putting up the money to finance these companies. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the people of Sekeni Takrady and indeed the whole Western region that we will breathe life back into the area. Mr. Speaker, as for Mr. President John Mahama, we know him very well. He was the one that promised that 10% of the oil revenues. That never materialized. He promised Hope City. It never materialized. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact that President John Mahama would never deliver on this promise. Mr. Speaker, the whole NDC infrastructure, under them, Ghana lost the Black Star Line. That created a lot of unemployment in the Western region. When we get to the issue of state capture in Western region, the GNTC that was operating in those days was captured by cronies and friends of the NDC. When you talk about the GMPC bakery at the Takrady Hebo, it was also taken over by cronies and friends of the NDC. If you talk about Bonsa Ties, it collapsed under the NDC. Mr. Speaker, WVLC, Western Veneer and Lumber Company, was actually taken over not by friends and cronies, but family and friends. That company used to have more than 4,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why our economy has been having problems in the Sekeni Takrady area. Mr. Speaker, WAMCO, West Africa Mills, also suffered the same fate under President John Mahama. It collapsed until Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came to the scene and resuscitated it, and now it is working. So, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about things that the President and the NPP did for the people of Western region to sustain life and keep it afloat, there are so many of them. Mr. Speaker, you can talk about the Elubo Government Hospital that has been completed, the Nswayim Government Hospital that has been completed, the Bugosu Government Hospital that has been completed, the Mpoho Government Hospital, the New Takrady, the Accident and Trauma Center at Apmenim, Bukro Government Hospital, Mpoho Regional Hospital, and our Agenda 111 Bukro was completed. Yes, ours has been completed and commissioned. It has been completed and commissioned. And we have already selected the workers. Unfortunately, we are being given instructions not to post them. For the past 2 months, we've been given instructions not to post them. Mr. Speaker, if we did this project 2 weeks to election, and after 2 months, you cannot blame anybody for the hospital not being opened. So, Mr. Speaker, we know what we are doing in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo gave Western region the largest naval base in this country at its level. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo,
Honorable member, please begin to.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this state of the nation is uninspiring, especially when it comes to jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, it promises greenhouse agricultural jobs of 30,000, and Nkukwan Ketenkete of 55,000, and then implementable businesses for young people of 2,000. Mr. Speaker, when you put up this figure, out of a population of 2 million unemployed youth. Clearly, these numbers just are uninspiring. And it's not good and very disappointing for the young people of this country. So they should up their game so that the young people of this country and stop the blame game. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Let's now listen to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the message on the state of the nation given by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We thank God, thank Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity for power to change and for us, change hands, and for us to be seated here today comfortably and peacefully and debating. I wish to first of all thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for giving us the opportunity of having a woman as the Vice President. Women in Ghana and the whole world cannot thank him so much. It's a dream come true for most of us. We couldn't have thought of it coming sooner than this. We hope and pray that many others would follow suit, not only in Ghana, but other countries. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation of the State of the Nation, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama stated that the country was at slippery slopes. In fact, it was actually very, very slopey and slippery. And we thank God
I like that
Ghanaians decided to ensure that they will not let Ghana go down the drain. We are seated and arguing and talking about the issue that Ghana was on good footing before the just past administration left office. When have we so soon forgotten? When plantain was carried and brought to the ministries for sale, when have we so soon forgotten?
Ask them.
I simply asked myself at that time. I didn't have the power to say anything or to do anything except to talk. But I just wondered, even those in Accra, and for that matter, even around just the outskirts of Accra, let's take even Kaswa, did we expect them to come to the ministry to come and buy plantain because it was cheaper there, or because the minister had brought it there? It happened. It happened because of food shortage. People couldn't get food on the table, sometimes not even for one meal, not to talk of 2 or 3. Today we are being told that all was rosy before the MPP left government. We will not forget so soon. We wouldn't forget. Don't let us also forget, when we talk about electrification, the simple thing I always remember, and unfortunately my brother, whom I will be referring to, is not here. We say Dumso, and that day people wanted to use it to say it was not His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that brought Dumso to an end. Have we so soon forgotten about the lies-offs that came to the extent that our brother, when he was compelled to come out and say something to the nation, said that this was not called Dumso, but it was called what? Dumsiesie. Today we are saying that we never had issues. Look, we are for the people, all of us, whether you are NDC or MPP. We are for the people, and we must talk it as it is. So we shouldn't forget about these things. We were in this country, we were in this chamber. When, for God's sake, the army was able to come into parliament and to come into this chamber, as if Ghana was at war with another country. We legislators who are here, legislators, we have no problem except pen, paper, writing and thinking and talking. We had the army coming in here. And yet, when we took power, 7th January, and we gathered here, nobody saw even an army officer, one single army officer around the premises of Parliament. Not to talk of them coming inside our chamber. Up until now, we haven't heard anything about that incident. Peaceful. Very, very, very peaceful. All went well. Look at the election of the Speaker and the 2 deputies. Very beautiful. Because that is the best way to go. That is the best way to go. We got the numbers because Ghanaians trust and believe that we can deliver. And inshallah, we shall deliver. It was in this same chamber what we have been crying against, what we have been talking against. It occurred in this chamber during the voting of the Speaker, snatching of ballot papers and chewing them, which we normally cry against. We say, no, we don't want this to happen, we don't want that to happen. It happened here. We, the same people, the leaders, were here and it happened. I wouldn't want to mention the person's name because he is not here, but most of us here were around. What do we say about that? I won't give you the opportunity because when I give you that opportunity, you will let me laugh and then just sit down. No, I'm going to do it and then I will talk it as it is. Mr. Speaker, school feeding, it basically came to a stop. I won't talk of the secondary schools. It was a problem. They will not even come out, they dare not, the headmasters dare not come out to say it. Because if they did, they will be transferred. Today, everyone in Ghana has the peace of mind to talk and to say it as it is. Our school children immediately started, the students immediately started, there was food carried in no time. To them, food stuff was carried to those schools. And they had food on their tables. They ate food, beautiful, very nice, very nutritious, with eggs. What are we looking for in governance more than what is happening currently? His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is out here to work and to ensure that the work is being done. And he has already started it. Immediately, the president of the US, Donald Trump, came out with the issue of US aid not coming again. He gave an instruction outright. He didn't wait. He instructed the Minister for Finance to make sure that he makes room to cater for that aspect. While we were at that, then the deportation came. Deportation of our people. And before we could say Jack, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Ablakwa, was able to give us the numbers there and told us he had already done the groundwork for them to be catered for so that they can come back home safely. This is how we want it.
Honorable Ladi, begin to descend.
Why?
I'm saying begin to descend for landing.
I have 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. So I've not.
You are left with 1 minute. That's why I'm asking you.
Mr. Speaker, while we were at that, we had cholera outbreak. We saw all of us, including the Minister of Health, run round, send health personnel, ensure there is medication at every place that was affected. And thanks to the Almighty Allah, I believe that that problem is more or less being solved. Sure. Then we had the issue of meningitis. And because the president knows the predicament of most of our people, especially in the villages, he asked that all places that were affected, treatment should be given free. education should be given properly so that people will be able to take care of themselves. This is what we are looking for.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will take the last round, then take the appointment report, then probably come back. So we will listen to Honorable Stephen Amoah. Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think it is time we actually offered Ghanaians records and data and the appropriate interpretations and explanations with integrity.
Interpretation what?
Of economic figures.
You said another word.
And explanations.
Okay.
With integrity. Mr. Speaker, I think this issue about recycling incidents, pieces of information, just because one party wants to be in power, another party wants to come to power, in my opinion, should be a thing of the past. We can't continue treating Ghana this way. Mr. Speaker, I really got astonished when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our president, my president, came to this house and only stated just one out of the relevant primary macro indicators and painted a picture as if the economy of Ghana is in coma. What message are we sending to potential and prospective investors? Why are we creating panic in our country when there's none? Mr. Speaker, one thing that everyone should understand is that when it comes to the economy, it is not one having his or her discretion to give an illustration of a picture. It deals with facts and figures, numbers, numerical description. Mr. Speaker, the number one and the most important primary macro indicator to show whether a country's economy is doing well or not, number one is the GDP. You can't choose to say anything at all. 2016, I mean, God being so good, it is the same present president that handed over Ghana to His Excellency former President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. GDP, as my brother said, just to re-emphasize, was 3.4. Mr. Speaker, we left over 6%, almost twice. Mr. Speaker, three most important secondary macro indicators all over the world in assessing any economy. Number one is the mainstay of your economy. In Ghana here, it's agriculture. They left 2.7. We left 4.5. Then you come to industry. It's very unfortunate that my senior, respectable MP, Honorable Haruna, he made a statement that MPP government destroyed the private sector. I stand to be corrected. Private sector is a key and definitional element of dealing with any industry in the world. They left industrial growth of 4.3. We left 8.9, almost twice. Mr. Speaker, there you come to services. They left 2.8. We left 5%. Mr. Speaker, now you talk about the fiscal space. in terms of consolidation, to show whether your economy has a future, is strong or not. They left a negative figure. We left a positive figure. Mr. Speaker, take that aside. Could we have said that the economy was so bad and dead and was in ICU, intensive care unit? Mr. Speaker, when one is intensive care unit, you cannot even raise your hand. We're still performing our obligations. This country outlays billions of cedis every month for emolument, paying workers. Were we paying them or not? Where did they get money to pay workers in January? Mr. Speaker, let us be. I don't want to use any vocabulary because I'm dealing with a statement of the president. But let us be very careful the kind of picture we paint to this generation and the world. Mr. Speaker, all the pro-poor policies, both in kind and cash, we left those that were performing efficiently and effectively well, including free SHS, paying billions every month. Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to this whole issue about debt. Yes, we left a little over 70% debt to GDP. That is not too good, yes. But Mr. Speaker, we need to contextualize this and explain it well. I want any professor in the world and in Ghana here swear with Quran and Bible and say what I'm saying is a lie, because we are tired of misinformation. Mr. Speaker, when in the history of this country, where Ghanaians, public and civil service workers, were asked to stay home but they were paid, have we forgotten so soon? They went through a period of some months of not working but they were paid. All of them in this country. Mr. Speaker, even after that, they ran shit for over 11 months. 10 will go 2 weeks, another 10 will go 2 weeks, and they were paying them. Mr. Speaker, private sector sacked over 40,000 people in this country, paying corporate taxes. We ran revenue shortfalls of 12 billion in this country. That was when the world grew negative 3.3. That was when the debt to GDP of the world went to almost 300%. We even did well. Had it been the NDC government, debt to GDP would have been 1,400. Because we are better managers of the economy. Mr. Speaker, all that we are talking about is that, Mr. Speaker, I want my brothers to understand. I want my brothers to understand. If the economy was in coma, in ICU, how come such a developing country such as Ghana, you are the social democrats. In economics, you were supposed to adopt what we call a contractual fiscal policies to roll out pro-poor policies. NDC government cannot boast of one social and pro-poor policy. The poor child's need, not even one. Which one? Tell me. You are not capitalistic. You are socialistic. But you cannot roll out one pro-poor policy. One. Even teachers and nurses allowance, you know you are running a better economy. You cancel them. Mr. Speaker, I want them to understand the fact that when it comes to managing the economy of this country, Ghanaians cannot have any hope under you. Mr. Speaker, no wonder.
Thank you. Please wind up.
Yeah. No wonder that when they were coming to power, they sang a nice song. Asampa is where official NDC members are torturing soldiers in order for their people to do what I'm saying. Asampa is where private properties and homes are being attacked. Our constitution states without ambiguity and debate, Article 18(2)(a), that no one shall be subjected to the interference of his private home and properties. So Asampa is that you are attacking poor people in our country today. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to end with this. I just want to end with this. I want to tell them today, when you have impaired productivity, when your market is not working, when you have revenue shortfalls, where you rely on is debt financing, and when your GDP is not growing, definitely. So it was an uncontrollable factor.
But
before they came to power, they have inherited far better economic
situation. Thank you, Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Handed over in 2016.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will take the last. Honorable Millicent Amankwa-Yeboah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate of the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, under the Article 67 of the Constitution, the President shall, at the beginning of each section of Parliament, deliver a message on the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, clearly, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has honored his constitutional rights and the oath that he swore. This is the first of his oath that he swore. Mr. Speaker, with this Article 67, that is the message. It didn't come out clearly with what the content of the message is. But if you pick the Article 34, Clause 2, the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure realization of the policies, objectives obtained in this chapter, and in particular, realization of the basic human rights and healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let us ask ourselves if indeed the SONA contains this context. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, one of our members of parliament, our sister, the former deputy minister for finance, debated that the SONA, that it states the message that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came about, was actually not in a right state. But I want to tell her that as a woman, I was surprised about some comment that was made. Because when she made mention of the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama gave out heavily expansion fiscal policy without any financial or funds allocated to it. She is a finance minister. I want to ask her that if the State of the Nation address is supposed to come out with outlined financial lines towards it, that is why we have the budget that will be read on Tuesday, on the 11th of March. That is when she would get to know the policies and the visions that align to the state's policy with its budget allocation. Again, she clearly made mention that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is actually concerned about this collapse of banks because he in some way wants to give license. This is very insensitive, because how can you collapse banks? Up to now, some people have not been able to recover. People are on the streets. People are unemployed. Look at people's money that has been invested in it. Look at the money you use in collapsing it. And look at the money, which if you had used to save them, wouldn't have been perfect. Mr. Speaker, now they talk about His Excellency John Dramani Mahama being a terminator. Mr. Speaker, if you want to come to the table of equity, come with clean hands. Come with clean hands. If you are able to, if you are able to, you know, if you are able to collapse banks, and people who was unemployed, you cannot today say that. But even Mr. Speaker, with determination, it was legally right, as Honorable James Agaga said earlier on. As I continue, yesterday, I am happy that the Honorable Opon Kroma is here. Yesterday, I am so surprised. My respectable colleague, he made mention that he couldn't even hear. He couldn't even hear that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama spoke about job creation and then he said any initiatives. But if
Honorable members,
I want to help
Honorable members, please, we lay down the rules. Your name is so sweet. Don't worry. Your name is so sweet.
Mr. Speaker, he made mention clearly that he didn't hear His Excellency John Dramani Mahama talking about job creation initiatives. But you know, sometimes I remember when I wasn't in Parliament. When I was in Parliament and I used to listen to SONA, I sometimes do not get captured about these things. But today, per the Constitution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama delivered perfectly the constitutional rights. And Mr. Speaker, if he didn't hear, maybe because it took like an hour or half, and so I will help him. Under the job creation, he made mention a Jumarua program, which supports 2,000 youth employment annually with training, capacity, and mentorship. The National Apprenticeship Program target 10,000 youth with skills training and setup kits. Okada or motorcycle transport reformed, introducing the electric motorcycle under the high purchase scheme. 1 million coded program, the youth training in digital skills, coding, web development, digital marketing. These are few that I made mention of. Mr. Speaker, that Swami MP, when he was talking about mining, I am so surprised he had the effrontery to talk about mining.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr.
That
Speaker,
word.
I am guided. I withdraw.
Withdraw that word.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. I'm withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, when you was talking about it, I was waiting.
I have asked her to withdraw.
She has withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. I have asked her to withdraw that word.
Don't worry. Mr. Speaker, I am guided.
You are guided?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking that he would make mention the things that they did during their previous government. But Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, we had excavators seized excavator seized. Mr. Speaker, instead of you looking at these mining communities,
Honorable members,
mining communities,
I asked her to withdraw, and he has withdrawn.
So, Mr. Speaker, the excavators were seized, and in those communities are the most deprived communities.
Honorable member,
those excavators, the machines should go and reshaping the roads. And these excavators were seized and come somewhere. Where is that?
Wind up for me.
Mr. Speaker, please permit me to continue on this because it's very important to me. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, wind up for me. Your time is up, please.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk, Mr. Speaker, I was so happy.
Honorable members,
Mr.
I am being guarded by the table. They give me the time.
Mr. Speaker, with this constitutional mandate on the health sector.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Thank you very much.
Let me wrap up.
Honorable Millicent, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me wrap up. Please, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, on the health sector, His Excellency
Honorable member, please, enough is enough.
The agenda 111.
Honorable member, enough is enough.
It shows clearly that they didn't work. Mr. Speaker, on the free SHS, he made mention of it. Honorable member, going to continue inclusive. Mr. Speaker, we will come back again. On that note, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Have you seen the way the minority leader is looking at you? Yes, let's hear you. Who is having his microphone on?
Consult the oracles.
Yes. Speaker, if I let me give a background to what I'm going to speak to. Yesterday, we were supposed to do a motion advertised in today's order paper as item 16 on page 6. It had to be stood down. And today, we reached a consensus that that motion will be moved. So earlier on, our colleagues have also, specifically the first deputy has appealed to us that we should take the report on the appointment committee, which our side has agreed to do. However, Speaker, we want to begin with item 16 on page 6, after which we'll proceed to take the appointment committee's report. Already, the report has been laid. So, Speaker, shall we proceed from item 16 on page 6? I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, Leader.
Yeah, I thought we had agreed that We'll take one from each side, and then we will take the reports. And I think that is why the first Deputy Speaker took his seat so that he could take the report. I don't know why the minority chief whip is seeking to vary the order of business again. I thought that we were just going to take at least one of the reports on the ministerial appointments. I thought that was what we agreed to do.
We will just finish with the motion quickly, and then we'll take it. There's no problem. We'll take it. Please.
The problem with motions is that they can get very contentious, heated debates, and drag on for forever. So I thought that the best would have been to, because there's consensus on the nominees, at least the ones that we want to take. No, we'll take it today, except I wanted to take the okay, let him come and take it so that he's come and take it so that we'll take
it. The leader should oblige us. We'll just start from the motion and we terminate. We start from the motion and end.
I'm coming, hold on.
Coming.
So leadership, is that the pressure of the House?
I think the first Deputy Speaker has some indications from the Speaker, and he made mention of that when we met this morning. So if the first Deputy Speaker takes the chair, he will give an indication what we should do.
Okay, first Deputy, come and take the chair.
Yes. Speaker, may we move to page 6. Page 6 of today's order paper and take item 16. Item 16 on page 6, Speaker.
Honourable members, there was an application earlier made to take the appointment committee's reports, and thereafter we will take the motion. In view of that understanding, I ask that the second Deputy Speaker should take the chair so that I could myself move the motion, then I can come and take the chair, and then we take the private member's motion. But I do not know what have changed. But I will be guided by the pleasure of the House.
Speaker, with greatest of respect. This motion was advertised on a paper, on an order paper addendum yesterday. It had to be stood down, which we obliged. We've discussed, Speaker, application was made to us. We agreed that the item should be laid, the report should be laid. Speaker, we have obliged our colleagues in the majority. Please, for once, let's work together. Let's take this motion, after which we can do the report. The report is here. There's consensus. There's no problem. Is it the case that colleagues are entertaining some fear? We are going to support you to pass this. So,
see, no fears, but for a moment, when the vice chairman was even laying a report, you raised an issue that he is not the chairman of the appointment committee. I think Honorable Habib was the one who raised the issue. It is based on the issue raised by Honorable Habib that I have decided to give the chair to the second deputy speaker, so that as the chairman of the appointment committee, I could move the motions before coming to take the chair, and then we'll deal with the private members' motion. So I want to be guided.
As far as I know, the two respected leaders' minds have met. There's an agreement. The two leaders have agreed. So shall we proceed from there, Speaker? Please. There's an agreement.
Is that the agreement by the two leaders?
Mr. Speaker, from the very moment when my colleague, the minority leader, indicated his desire to bring a private member's motion, I have not hidden my opposition to it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're in your hands. And that was what I indicated to the second deputy speaker, that we will be in your hands.
Yes, honorable members, item number 16 at page 6 of today's order paper. Private members' motion. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in private, I had indicated and intimated to the minority leader that I am opposed to the motion advertised. Because the motion, Mr. Speaker, is to the effect that this House, this Honorable House, considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 10 February 2025, with reference...
Honorable Majority Leader, you should... Very well.
It is already the property of the House because it has been advertised.
Yes.
It has been advertised. Listen, it has been advertised. It has been advertised, and I want to object to it being moved in the first place. Not to oppose the motion after it has been moved. To object to it being moved. The objection is to it being moved.
Very
and that
well.
was the understanding between us.
Very well. If
that I should arrest it,
yes,
and then the Speaker will rule.
Very well.
And then the next step will take place.
Very well.
That was the understanding in private.
Well.
Yes. So I said that I was going to attempt to arrest it.
Yes. So, Majority Leader, let me hear the Minority Leader briefly. Then I'll come back to you so that you can raise your objection.
Mr. Speaker, I always say that I want the jurisprudence of the House to guide me. And if in this night Parliament we are setting certain precedents, that precedence would help all of us, and Hansard would be the witness. Mr. Speaker, speakers have ruled on this very important matter, that a preliminary objection to a motion can only be triggered after the motion has been moved and seconded. However, Mr. Speaker, if the new practice in this 9th Parliament is that a preliminary objection, a preliminary legal objection, or any form of objection to a motion must be raised before the motion is moved, it's fine. Because I remember in the 7th Parliament, in the matter of Kennedy Japan, when it came to the contempt matter, I stood on the majority side in the 7th Parliament at the back bench and raised a preliminary objection to arrest the motion. The ruling of Professor Okwe was that no, the motion must first be moved, seconded, and then the motion will be properly before the House. In the matter of Ken Ofori-Atta, Honorable Ayerega, wait. In the matter of Ken Ofori-Atta, then as Deputy Majority Leader, I again rose on preliminary objection to the motion. Again, Mr. Speaker, relying on precedents, said that no, the motion would have to be moved, seconded. It is only upon that that would be seized with the matter. Then my preliminary objection on the matter could be raised. And if it is upheld, then there will be no debate on it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ayerega himself, then in the minority, was part of those who argue strongly on this matter. However, Mr. Speaker, all we're doing is for posterity. I am fine if he would want to raise his preliminary objection for you to rule upon it, and if whichever way it goes, we'll know what to do. If the new practice is that a preliminary objection must be raised before a motion is considered, so that if the matter is considered, the application fails, you can now move. If it succeeds, the whole thing is arrested. Don't let us also forget, Mr. Speaker, in the Doe Ajaho case, Honorable Dominic Nitihu, in the Merchant Bank's case, again, when he moved a motion, there was a preliminary objection to it. Right Honorable Ajaho allowed the motion to be moved, seconded. Then after that, the preliminary objection was raised from the majority side, and he ruled on it and sustained the objection. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 precedents from 3 different speakers on this matter. You are in the chair now as the presiding officer. If you want to vary the precedents, this would be the new precedents, and I'll be guided. I don't have a problem. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the terms of the motion are captured in the order paper. So we know what the motion is. We know what the motion is. It's not as if we don't know what the motion is. So when a motion is advertised and you think that that motion, if moved, would offend a provision of the standing orders, you should be able to arrest it before it is moved. The reason is that in moving the motion, the mover will already make comments or even argue in support of the motion. So whatever you are seeking to arrest, you will lose the opportunity to arrest it, because the motion is moved and the terms in which it's going to be moved will unearth the issues that you think offend the provisions of the standing orders. So the proper thing to do is that once the content of the motion is known and the motion has been advertised and everybody can read it, if you think it should not be moved, it is before it is moved. When you give indications that the motion is about to be moved, that's when you arrest it. You seek to stop it from being moved so that it is not moved. If you rule that the objection is not well founded, then he can go ahead and move the motion, argue, and then we'll all debate the provisions of the motion. I think that's the proper practice.
Honourable members, I think we are talking about two separate things here. In the merchant bank case, I think the objection was to the effect that such a motion should not be debated. Therefore, the motion was moved, and when it's time for it to be debated, then the preliminary objection was taken. That has got to do with truncating the debate of the motion. But in this case, he is of the view that the motion ought not to have been moved at all. So that is the distinction that I am getting. Yes, Honorable Okonkro.
Mr. Speaker, just to help the conversation, akin to what will be happening in the courts, if this proposal is accepted, it will mean that when a writ is issued, even before the motion is actually moved by a lawyer in court, another lawyer can go without the matter having been moved to seek to arrest it. That would not be proper. It is important that though it has been advertised on the order paper, it be moved and seconded, and then whatever objection there is raised, and then it can be dealt with by the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kojo Oponkruma, as a matter of fact, if it were to be in courtroom and you don't want the motion to be heard, you raise a preliminary objection when the mover of the motion is on his feet to move the motion. After the motion is moved, you will be given the opportunity to respond to the motion. In that case, your response cannot be a preliminary objection to the application. That is why I'm saying that I have the distinction that one is to the effect that a debate on the motion should be truncated. The other one is to the effect that the motion ought not to have been moved at all. And I think that is what Honorable Majority Leader Mahama Yariga is saying. So may we hear your preliminary objection.
Mr. Speaker, the motion is to the effect that this House considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 10th February 2025 with reference SCR/DA 85/85/01/A, and refers the matter to a committee of Parliament to inquire and report to the House, as the directive is inconsistent with good governance practices and has consequences on the rights of citizens as provided for under Chapter 5 and 6 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, these are the terms of the motion that he seeks to move. My objection to this motion being moved is to the effect that, one, the matters contained in the motion are matters that are sub judice because there is an application before the Supreme Court by one Henry Nana Boachi, who has sued the Attorney General, and he is seeking some remedies in relation to this same matter. So the matter is in court. And the citation of the case is Henry Nana Boachi versus Attorney General and Minister for Justice, J1/12/2025. And he is seeking some reliefs, a declaration to the effect that the directive is unconstitutional, some orders to the effect that, the directive should not be enforced, and even some compensation that he is claiming should be given. So those are the issues that are the subject of litigation in the Supreme Court. Now, once this matter is in the Supreme Court, he is saying that this House should also refer the matter to the Human Rights Committee of the House for a determination that the letter has the consequence of violating the rights of citizens. So my position is that, look, the matter is already in the Supreme Court. Why would you raise the matter in this House and also seek that this House refers it to a committee, and the committee will be engaged in a parallel exercise of determining whether or not the consequence of the letter is to violate the rights of citizens? The matter is already before the Supreme Court. And I also argued that what you are seeking to do, in effect, is to ask this House to engage in a judicial function. A judicial function, a determination that the letter violates the rights of citizens. So that's a judicial function you are asking this House to engage in. The nature of the work of committees is to ascertain facts. Ascertain facts. That's mostly what committees do. Not to make a determination of a violation of rights or not. The determination of the violation of rights is a function of the judiciary. So my objection to this motion being moved is on two counts. One, that is a matter that is already before the courts. And I don't see how we are going to move this motion and debate it without violating Order 1231 of our standing orders. And Order 1231 says that a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker, my contention is that if this motion is moved and we are going to debate this motion, there is no way that that debate will not prejudice the outcome or the interests of parties in the action. There's no way. Because the very issue that the court is supposed to determine is the issue that we are going to debate and refer to the Human Rights Committee. Because we cannot just say, oh, we are referring to the Human Rights Committee. We have to debate the merits. We have to debate the merits. And in debating the merits, we will end up offending Order 123 of our standing orders. But the standing orders say that it is up to you as the Speaker, if in your opinion the debate will prejudice the interests of parties in the litigation, then we cannot engage in that debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that given the fact that the matter is already before the Supreme Court, that the parties in the court have interest, this is a matter that, is well known. I don't see why this Parliament should also refer to its Human Rights Committee.
Yarega, take a look at Standing Order 123 again.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What about it?
Yeah, you can read it together.
So a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of parties to the action.
So at what point is the matter debated?
Mr. Speaker, that is the point.
After the motion is moved.
Mr. Speaker, that is the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that there are two grounds on which I'm raising the objection. The first ground is that under our Constitution, we must not interfere with the work of the judiciary. Under our Constitution. So, if the judiciary is already seized with a matter, Parliament should not also take up that same matter and refer it to its Human Rights Committee. You will be interfering with the work of the judiciary. Under the Constitution, we owe the judiciary a duty not to interfere with their work. And my argument is that we taking up the matter and referring it to our Human Rights Committee to also inquire into will be interfering in the work of the judiciary. That's my first argument. And I'm saying that my second leg is that if we are to move the motion, it will be difficult for us to move the motion without making statements. Whether we are moving it, we are debating it, whichever way, we will end up prejudicing the interests of parties in the matter. So if you combine the two grounds, my contention, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the motion should not even be moved. Because I know how he's going to move the motion. In moving the motion, he's going to marshal all the arguments. That is where the problem is. He's not just going to get up and stand on his feet and say, I move in terms of the motion paper, and then that is not what he's going to say. He's going to move the motion and marshal every argument. At what point do we arrest the statements that will prejudice the outcome of the interests of parties in the litigation that is at the Supreme Court? So it is better that we argue the grounds for the motion not being moved at all. For you to rule at that stage, then we move on. Otherwise, if we say let's move, the person moving, the person seconding, the arguments that they will put forward in moving and in seconding, all those will end up prejudicing the interests of parties in the litigation. So if you combine the two arguments, even though ordinarily you wait until the person is making a statement and you think the statement is going to prejudice the interests of parties, then you object. But here, I'm saying that the very language of the motion, already prejudices what it is saying we should do. What it is saying we should do, apart from offending the Constitution, we say we should not interfere in the work of the judiciary. In moving it, there's no way that he will not say things that will not prejudice the interests of parties in the substantive litigation. Why the hurry? Mr. Speaker, he came here in this House and requested to make a statement on this same matter. We objected, but the Speaker gave him the opportunity and he made a statement on this same matter. Then somebody has gone to the Supreme Court on this same matter. And once the matter is in the Supreme Court, you come to this House and say this House should also refer it to its Human Rights Committee to make a determination whether human rights are being violated or not. I said that is an exercise of judicial function. This House can't do that. Those are my arguments. And that's why I objected. And I told him privately, I told him at the meeting with the Speaker where the motion was admitted, and the Speaker agreed that, okay, you go, you try to arrest it, let the ruling be given. If the ruling is that he should move it, then he moves it, then we debate it. And then if the conclusion is that we should refer it to the committee, the Human Rights Committee, we refer it to the Human Rights Committee. Mr. Speaker, that is my case.
Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader to respond to the preliminary objection raised by the Majority Leader on the motion under reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This platform and Chamber of Parliament will always be a place to enrich knowledge and to learn. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in response to the preliminary objection, let me rely on Order 103F of our rules book. Yes, F, 103F. Conditions for admissibility of motion. Condition of admissibility for admissibility of motion. Mr. Speaker, our rules provide
under the said order, quoted supra, a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker, this motion has crossed the admissibility stage and has met the threshold of admissibility. Indeed, the Honorable Mahama Yerga raised these matters. This was not the original text that was filed. We interrogated it to ensure that the outcome of this motion and the text thereto will not have any prejudicial effect on any matter in court. So, Mr. Speaker, the first leg of his argument falls flat. In any event, Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Supreme Court's writ is seeking an interpretation of the Constitution. The substance of the motion before you, Mr. Speaker, is not seeking a declaratory relief. My law in the minimum is not rusted. My law in the minimum, I kept quiet for you. Learned majority leader. Please. You have not heard me. Mr. Speaker, these things must stop.
Majority leader.
I never said that. He is not paying attention. I'm saying that this motion.
Minority leader, I may be called upon to give a ruling, so I need to understand very clearly. So the fact that the subject matter being a letter written by the Chief of Staff terminating appointment as quoted in the motion is actually before the Supreme Court for the determination of constitutionality or other words of it. Is that the case?
Mr. Speaker, that is not the matter. Mr. Speaker, if you are delving into issue of admissibility, we have to be careful. The motion has been admitted by the Speaker, and the Speaker considered all facts. Allow my argument to proceed with the greatest respect. My contention, first, is that this motion has met the admissibility threshold in accordance with the rules of this House.
Honorable Minority Leader, I intend not to be arguing
Mr. Speaker,
with
you allowed him
I
to
just want to understand whether
Mr. Speaker, the man argued.
He made an allusion to that
quiet.
particular fact. It may be denied that there is no such case pending before the court. So I humbly want to understand whether a case of that nature is pending. You understand? I'm not delving into issues of admissibility.
He raised this very matter. I am saying that what he's doing is on you. The fact that he talked about a pending matter at the Supreme Court was in the full knowledge of Mr. Speaker. He brought this matter to the attention of Mr. Speaker. This matter was brought to the attention of the Speaker. The clerk to Parliament and I were before the Speaker in his presence, with the majority leader. The issues were brought up, and as a result of the issues of court writs, the text of the motion had to be amended. Mr. Speaker later had to look at the court process and did a further amendment before admitting the motion. We've crossed a line. We've crossed a line. And that is why I referred you to Order 103F This was not the original motion. The original text was under half-hour motion. I have the original text here. It had to be amended and amended again so that we don't go into the realm of the matters before court. And that is why in my second argument, I was adverting your mind to the fact that this motion is not seeking to have this house make constitutional declarations. This motion is not seeking declaratory reliefs. This motion is not seeking for an interpretation of the supreme laws of the land. It is not. This motion is anchored squarely on good practices and governance matters. Mr. Speaker, do not forget that not long ago, we had a matter pending at the High Court in respect of these matters about the collapse of banks, and the applicants petitioned this House. Mr. Speaker ruled that indeed they are facing some civil, they themselves had filed some applications at the court, they were facing some criminal trials, but the issues they had brought were different in form and in shape and required Parliament inquisition. What is before us is not about a matter before the Supreme Court. There are no such parties of personal interest. Of course, I will respect that. If there were, I will respect that. Somebody is before the court asking for some declaratory reliefs in respect of constitutional provision. That is not where I am. That is not the path I've taken. What is before you is talking about governance. I'm not here to move a motion to demand certain declarations. Mr. Speaker, at pre-sitting, the understanding was that the majority leader will raise this issue, will respond, and then a pathway would be given for us to proceed. This issue that somebody is rising behind and trying to this thing, it will not work. When we agree in good faith, let's proceed accordingly. That is how I understand the practice in this House. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is also arguing that this matter, if considered, would affect the rights of certain individuals in court. Whose rights? That is not where we are. That is not where we are. The fact that we are referring to a subject matter and invoking the inquisitorial powers of this House does not mean that because somebody is also asking for the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution, this House stands estopped. The rule of estoppel is not applicable here. It cannot apply against our regular conduct as enshrined in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the argument of sub judice is inapplicable here. The majority leader has expressed his own objections. I respect that. But Mr. Speaker, for the good of this Parliament, we need to proceed to move this motion. There is precedence, and I've cited the precedence at the risk of being repetitive. I shall repeat them. I shall go over and then draw the attention of the chair that we've had instances where Ghanaians were facing criminal trials, Ghanaians were pursuing the state in the civil matters, but again petitioned this very House on aspects that they felt that their rights needed to be protected by the people's representatives. What does the motion say? I will go over. The motion is coming under Order 114 of our rules. Order 114, Mr. Speaker, with respect, provides motion on specific matters of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom, within his powers of admissibility, has determined that this motion falls under matters of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker has again found this motion worthy of admissibility. And then, Mr. Speaker, has allowed this motion to be on our order paper. And this is what the motion reads: that this Honorable House considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 3rd February 2025, with reference number SCRDA85/85/01/A, and refers the matter to a committee of Parliament to inquire and to report to the House, as the directive is inconsistent with good governance practices and has consequences. We are not saying that it is in breach. Please, Mr. Speaker, we are not saying that the action is in breach of the Constitution. We are not saying that the action is in breach of any enactment. We say, and has consequences. Mr. Speaker, the language used has been carefully crafted to move away from any courtroom interference. Mr. Speaker, the issue before you is properly before you. Therefore, it is at the point of inquiry that this House, through its appropriate committee, will now consider all the issues, which issues deal with good governance, and report to this House. When the committee reports, this House will now consider the remit of the report, i.e. the findings and recommendations and all. Then we take a decision. Mr. Speaker, for anybody to say that merely moving the motion to bring this matter before the people's representative will amount to interfering in a court process, Mr. Speaker, will be tantamount to denying us our rights as the people's representatives from considering governance issues. Mr. Speaker, our hands therefore will be tied, that this House cannot proceed, and any busybody will then use courts to arrest this House. Because as soon as the matter is raised, you say, oh, I have filed a writ. Oh, there's something before the court. Then, Mr. Speaker, how will this House function? But I shall conclude, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by submitting that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of admissibility that he is raising in his preliminary objection has long been dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the entire argument that he forcefully put across, if you listen to him carefully, all his argument has to do with admissibility. But, Mr. Speaker, we've long passed that stage. We have long passed that stage. All that he said, that it will prejudice the outcome of a case, there's a matter before court. Mr. Speaker, the law that we operate with in this House, 103 is clear. That before the motion is even considered, it says the conditions for admissibility of motion. So if you don't meet the threshold, you don't get to this level. All that he is saying, as if the motion is now being filed at the clerk's office, as if Mr. Speaker is consulting us for our opinion before admissibility. No, we've gone beyond that. He cannot, it's too late in the day for him to attempt to invite this House on issue of admissibility, unless he wants to challenge the decision of the Speaker for admitting this motion. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this argument to stand when there's already a decision taken. Again, for the avoidance of doubt, I will repeat Order 103F. A motion shall relate to a definite issue and not be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending. So that argument he raised, it was a condition precedent that we should meet that threshold. We've crossed that threshold. We've crossed. He cannot now raise a preliminary objection on the ground that there's a judicial matter pending. We've moved past there. In the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker has determined this matter, that the outcome of this motion, the motion in its form and shape, will not prejudice the outcome of any case. The very case he's referring to, he brought it to the attention of the Speaker. The Speaker has determined it, that there's no way what is before us would sin against Order 103F. So, Mr. Speaker, he cannot. He is stopped by the decision of the Speaker under Order 103F. If, however, he seeks to challenge the Speaker's discretion on admissibility, he, as the leader of this House, knows what to do.
Honorable Majority Leader, I am being called upon to make a ruling on this matter. I would Honorable members, I will want to plead with you to suspend the House for 10 minutes to enable me come and deliver my ruling there and then, but not to defer the ruling. So, honorable members, bear with me. In 10 minutes, the House is accordingly suspended for 10 minutes.
How can he? Oh, he just was waiting to be.